The following is a presentation of The Day.
Welcome everyone to Montville High School host site to ECC Lacrosse Championships. Up first, the number 1 seeded East Lyme Vikings girls and the number 3 Stonington High School Bears, and all the action live on game day. Casey O'Neill along with the coach, Ray Lafort, thank you so much for joining us again. It is that time of year. It is lacrosse championship time, and game day would be nowhere else, and we have a nice one here right off the rip with really the class of the ECC this year, the East Lyme Vikings, undefeated at 10-0 in conference. Their only losses to some of the big giant ECC, outside of the ECC powers around the state, and a team they've beaten twice, the Stonington Bears. So I guess that begs the question, Coach, how hard is it to beat someone 3 times?
At this level, it's probably really hard. I would think that at this stage of the season, East Lyme's completely tuned up. I got to see them play twice this year versus Waterford. I got to see Stonington play twice. Both teams move the ball really well. The thing you really never know about lacrosse is a little rock, paper, scissors is what's going to happen at the face-off with the draw here in the girls' game. And, I have not seen these two teams play each other. I know they both, when I saw them both play Waterford, they both had really, really technically experienced girls at the draw.
And it was only a week ago where East Lyme, put a 10-goal beating onto Stonington, 15-5. Certainly Stonington looking to turn things around. And, whenever I look at any goal-oriented games, I always go right to the keepers, and I look right away to see what I'm looking at. And it's interesting because we've got a freshman in net for Stonington and a junior, a little more experience there for East Lyme, but a freshman making a start in an ECC championship game. So stakes are a little higher here for the freshman Haley Allard from Stonington.
Well, in the first meeting, East Lyme put it to Stonington at a 13-9 clip, and that was probably a little too close for East Lyme's liking, and they came back the second time and put the 10-goal win on them.
So an early draw win, and heading down for Stonington is Ivy Goodman, a name that we have been saying for a number of years in the sports world. And early on, we'll get the work around the perimeter. Very methodical, the Bears patient. Dimmick swings it. Glenn, and now down behind the net it goes again. And again, are you seeing anything other than patience right now? Just a little feeling out process. A steal.
Well, in the Stonington games I've seen, they did a great job of cutting off ball and making their own space to the cage. So I think in that last set, they were just working the ball to see if they can get a little backdoor cut off of the back of one of the defenders' heads.
Steal by DiLoretto, and she comes all the way the entire length of the field before dumping it off behind the net, and East Lyme will have its first offensive possession of the game, and they work the middle. Sydney Sager, number 24, and now they'll start working the perimeter as well. Let's see if they go for a quick cut. Of course, we're going to see number 7, Meredith Healy, often star inside instead. It's 17 with a shot, and our first goal of the game, Abby Belleville gets it into the net for East Lyme, a quick 1-0 lead, and not the start you want for Stonington.
Well, Belleville had a nice dodge. She went left to right, and then she really drew no other resistance down the middle of the alley and got a point-blank shot off. So I would say that if that happens a couple of times real quick, you're going to see a timeout early.
Yeah, and not much for the keeper to do there. Allard's, standing stout, and if there's no defender to even put any sort of hassle in the way of Belleville, that's an easy shot and goal. 1-0 early. Draw in the middle, and this time it'll be picked up by East Lyme. We're going to get our first whistle, and it'll be Stonington ball.
So Stonington now is 2-0 on the draw.
Little slip with the Bears, and they're going to work it through the midfield now. And a steal. Coming out of it for East Lyme is Danny Bruno. Bruno carries, dumps in front. And we're going to get a whistle and a penalty.
So East Lyme gets their offense started with some good defense and pressures Stonington on the ride and just doesn't give them a free carry across midfield. And it results in a turnover, and now East Lyme has a free possession shot. Second quality shot they're going to get off in the first 3 minutes.
In front, shot, and a goal, and it's looks like number 12, Megan Nagel that time on the goal. We'll see the official call, but a quick 2-0, and we're just underway, only minutes into the first period here, and a quick 2-0 lead for East Lyme.
Well, I think you're going to see Stonington, if they're lucky to win this next draw, get the ball down to their offensive half and settle down and catch their breath.
It's tough because they won both, as you said, they've won both draws too. I mean, it's usually a good sign when you can win the draw and take possession, and to be down 2-0 without even losing a draw. A whistle, and they'll redo the draw. For East Lyme, it's Sydney Sager. And Stonington in the draw as well. 2-0 on the draw so far. And that's 3-0 for Stonington. And that's Gabriella Dimmick. She is 3-0 on the draws for Stonington. There goes Aranza Torres. Excuse me. Check it. It's for Stonington. It's Ivy Goodman. And out wide.
So just a simple unforced error is going to give the ball back East Lyme's way.
So your daughter is a lacrosse player. At what point did you, as a lacrosse coach yourself and very familiar with the boys' game, at what point did you start familiarizing yourself with the differences between girls and boys lacrosse?
Well, I'm an easy mark for that question because I've always been intrigued by the ladies' game. There's a lot of differences. It's a little more basketball-ish than the guys' game. And I think there's a tremendous – I would say the guys' game is more like hockey and the ladies' game is more like hoops with more off-ball cuts and more off-ball picks. The way they clear out the space and the way they get an advantage.
And right there, a one-on-one move. That's like taking them off the dribble. Meredith Healy, the senior – rips one in from right up front, and 3 shots, 3 goals, and Haley Allard, the poor freshman, in goal for Stonington. Really not much help so far. 3 point-blank shots and a 3-0 lead for East Lyme. It's funny because
here's the timeout we were mentioning.
You talk about the girls in the boys' game. So the funny story is I knew we were the first ever game day broadcast of lacrosse. We were going to do a girls' lacrosse game. So I went on YouTube, as I am wont to do, to research lacrosse. And, of course, all I had available to me was boys lacrosse, and I learned everything I could learn. And I came here to watch my niece, who was playing at Montville at the time, Alexis DeLucia, and I'm standing next to my brother-in-law, and I'm explaining it, and he looked at me and he goes, "You realize the girls' game is completely different, right?" And I went, "No." I'm like, baseball and softball, I kind of assume basketball, like, it's the same game, right? He goes, "Well, I mean, they're on the field with sticks and the ball, but the rules are different, the styles are different." And I'm like, so I got a crash course in girls lacrosse, and then I went to a practice. The sports doctor and I went to a practice at Montville and worked out with the girls to kind of learn, what the girls' game was like. And I had always looked at the game like it was hockey. I kind of thought it had that hockey feel, and you were the first one that said, think basketball, and then you started to explain why it resembled basketball, and that made perfect sense to me. I like now that there is a difference, like the boys and the girls game, one having a little more of a hockey feel to it, one having a little more of a basketball feel to it.
And you talk to the girls, ladies lacrosse purists, and they would say they don't want their game to become the guys' game. They don't want the women's ice hockey, men's ice hockey thing. They want the two games to be completely separate. In the girls' game, you got to charge. Defensive, feet set, draws a charge. There's all those kind of safety kind of things, stick in the sphere of the head, the dangerous shot. There are a lot of people pushing for the girls to wear the helmets. And you see the Stonington girls really have the new, basically the half helmet. It's almost like a bike, like the old school bike helmet, right? Yeah. That you saw, guys years ago wearing when they were riding their bikes with the little leather pieces. So this is a little more advanced than that, but this is only meant to keep the top of the head from getting dinged, not from the face.
Goodman looking to scoop it up for Stonington, and it will stay with Stonington. Well, that practice I went to Montville, the Montville girls referred to the boys' sticks as cheat sticks because of the deep pockets on the boys' side, and that's where I first learned about where you can really see the difference in the depth of the pocket of the girl's stick. Tougher to maintain, and you don't see the girls carrying as much as you do with the boys, and you can see how the boys can absorb more contact. You could never absorb that kind of contact, certainly with the equipment of the girls. And I got that same feel that they did not want their game to become the boys' game, but a lot of the girls did wish they could have a little more contact. I think they wanted just a little more ability to I'll call it directness with the ball.
And I'll add, when in the world of the contact, I think what Phil Snyder's doing over at East Lyme by getting the non-league games on the western side of the state, the referees on the western side of the state with the girls' game are a lot more lax. They do let more contact go. So over the years, I think East Lyme has developed a little more physical style than the other ECC teams because that's where they go. I know the East Lyme girls a lot of times for indoor lacrosse, some go to Montville and play, but I know that over the years they've gone to the Bubble over in Madison and played those places where they're going to see a little more physical style. You can even see right there in the last whistle, Ivy Goodman was clearly knocked over. She just didn't fall down.
In front, Stonington has been very methodical, really without their first shot yet, and we'll get another penalty. And you're seeing that physicality. East Lyme, Healy has been very physical with Goodman, and now it'll be Goodman with the ball. Quick dump off. And Stonington right now, they really haven't even pierced East Lyme's defense to get a shot. I'd say a win in this possession for Stonington would be a shot. Get a good quality opportunity at goal.
In the Waterford game that I saw Stonington, they did a great job of actually was what just occurred right there. So you had the ball below goal line extended, working up towards the pipe. She drew two defenders and then found a backdoor cutter. This is going to be their best opportunity so far.
Goodman drew the contact. She'll have the chance. There she goes, right on goal. Ivy Goodman shot, and Stonington on the board. Senior Ivy Goodman with the goal at 18:40 to bring the Bears within 2, 3-1 East Lyme.
Ivy started with the ball as a right-handed player, and as she approached the cage, she sort of veered to her left, put the stick over in her left hand, used her head to protect any kind of a trail check, and made a nice little dunk. That's a really high-level play.
Going back to the East Lyme out-of-conference schedule, they played a very strong out-of-conference schedule. All four losses: Cheshire, Guilford, Daniel Hand, and Fairfield Ludlow. Those are four. They also played out-of-conference Glastonbury as well, and Brantford. So a very strong out-of-conference schedule for East Lyme. 10-0 in league, and you can see why. And those out-of-conference games really preparing them for the physicality that's going to be coming up in the state tournament for them as well. A shot and a save and a quick out of the box. Goodman trying to clear for the Bears.
So that last shot by Danny Bruno, she did a nice job basically running through two checks to get top side. So her dodge is going, as you're facing the cage, she's going left to right to her strong hand. And honestly, Stonington got lucky that she hit the top left pipe.
Stonington is still not sure how to defend East Lyme yet. East Lyme's had a lot of really, clear chances right in front, which without any defenders. So, Stonington working very hard to even get a shot, whereas East Lyme has seemingly had nothing but clear opportunities right in front. pass right in front, shot, and a goal. Beautifully done. The Vikings score again.
Nagel sends the ball over to Anna Benoit.
Goal, East Lyme Vikings, number 9, Alana Benoit.
Alana Benoit that time. Perfect pass from Nagel. And, that's a true assist. I mean, found the cutter, hit her in stride, right in front of the net. Nothing the goalie could do. 4-1 Vikings.
Well, a nice set of vision by Megan Nagel. She received the ball right-handed. She immediately split dodge to her left. She took 2 steps and she found the free stick, and it was really the pass was on the stick, and the stick just had to move towards the cage to finish the job.
Stonington on the attack now off of another win off the draw. In front. And I thought Logo would have had a shot right there in front of the goal, and she held on to it and drew a penalty instead. So Emma Logo, freshman, with a chance here for Stonington. Right in front, rips and scores. Beautiful goal. Emma Logo goes low right of the keeper, and keeps Stonington out. They're on the outside looking in, but cuts the lead 4-1 now to 4-2. So at least answering the East Lyme goal.
So what you saw there was a little change of style, because when Ivy Goodman had the free position shot, she's immediately advancing towards the cage to gain a better angle. But Emma Logal didn't move at all towards the cage. She just decided to send a heater at the goalie. There's a little hidden thing going on right now in the girls' game, and that's a little advancement in the technology of the head of the stick. It looks to me like the pocket on the ladies' stick has all gotten a little higher and a little deeper. There's a stick out there, Epic, that is really becoming a rage in the game, and that set shot you just saw by Emma Logal has been enabled by this little deeper pocket, so getting at a little more hold that you're seeing in the guys' game. Now, I talked to a friend of mine, Eric Page, who's the coach up at Norwich Free Academy, and Eric said the minute he gave his daughter the new type stick, the minute he gave her the stick, she immediately shot 15 miles an hour faster.
Wow.
So it had that much more hold.
More torque, able to get a little more whip from the stick because of the pocket depth. That makes a lot of sense. And you're right. You talked about the boys' game having a little bit of that hockey feel with the one-timers and the slap shots, if you will, wrist shots. And girls were more basketball. But if the shots can stop, out on the perimeter like this in the boys' game, you're in scoring position. That hasn't been the case for the girls. That would definitely change the girls' game a little bit in terms of where scoring chances come from.
As well, you've got the midfielders in the girls' game. They have a little flatter stick because they sometimes take the draw. Whereas you saw Logal, she's an attacker, and she's got that stick head. It's a little different. So I think even in that space are some of the nuances of the ladies' game that have really come into vogue in the last probably 18 months to 2 years.
Well, as is the case with all sports, the advancement of equipment sometimes dramatically and sometimes subtly changes the game. And, every sport has their advancement. It's only a matter of time that girls lacrosse with the, changes in the equipment will change the game as well. Certainly the athletes are better than they've ever been. They're more polished, more, stronger, faster. So it's not the lacrosse of even a few years ago. East Lyme, long run, Delaretto. Behind the net goes Bruno.
Let's go like this. So this is Goodman on a little interception.
Going out wide now are the Bears, and if they could ever get a goal here and cut it to 1, I'm sure that'll be a big boost. In the middle now, losing it and turning it over and coming out of the pack. East Lyme, we'll see if they can pick up the ground ball, and they do. Chambers Shoots it in the middle. There goes Nagel. Nagel on the run, straight up the middle. Over to Paletto. Paletto now with a spin. Bruno. And East Lyme will set up.
You know, right off the rip, East Lyme as a program really shows a lot of its program depth. There are two or three ladies who are already in the game from East Lyme that were not announced as starters, right? So we see Paletto carrying the ball, and we also see Benoit.
And Sydney Sager picks up the loose ball in front and puts it into the net. 5-2 East Lyme.
Sydney Sager.
Yeah, so East Lyme's depth absolutely coming into play. Depth of the program, as you said, three different girls already changing in. They're changing in and out as we speak now. And there's that goal swing. Two goal. Stonington cut it to 2, had the ball, and instead back down 3 again. So this draw becomes ever important every time. And Sager, who just scored the goal, will take the draw for East Lyme.
Lacrosse more so than maybe other sports because of the nature of the face-off and the draw really becomes a game of runs. So, even at Coast Guard, when we're playing someone we know is really good, I mean, that's probably like one of the last things we say as a coaching staff is let's just control the pace of play and not allow us to get hit by a run. Sometimes you look on your box score, you're like, well, we played this other team to 1 goal over 3 quarters. And then we got nailed by an 8-goal run, and this thing was just a whitewash.
Great steal and run. DiLoretto carrying all the way before dumping it off to Paletto. Paletto spins and heads to the right. And now back behind the net, East Lyme will operate. Back to Paletto. She loses it for a moment, but no real threat.
This is the second steal we've seen Caitlin DiLoretto have on the defensive half. I'll say the first thing I thought was, geez, she looks like Ed Reed coming out of the middle for the Baltimore Ravens as a free safety. She jumped all over that ball. There's a little bit of a loopy pass. She turned it into a nice transition, and now East Lyme's back on the attack.
Yeah, anticipation. She saw where they were going. She was on top of it. In front. And a goal. East Lyme, Abigail Belleville with the goal, and the lead extends for East Lyme. It's now 6-2 with 12:13 remaining in the first.
The free position shot in the ladies' game really takes on, I guess, the congruence of the basketball free throw. The more free position shots that you draw as a player in this game, really the more gravity you're starting to take on as an offensive player. You're drawing fouls, you're getting into spaces, and people are fouling you. So just the whole thing, the free position shot really becomes a sign of how much pressure you're wind up putting on your opponent.
Healy dumps off. Nagel now for the Vikings. Good ball movement behind the net. Schwartz. East Lyme really not too bothered by the Stonington defense, but the ball pops up and goes into the net, into the stick net of Haley Allard, and Stonington now will look to clear, and they're going to turn it over. A little too strong. Not
really knowing the specific right-handed, left-handedness of the East Lyme girls, I have to throw a shout-out to their youth program, because it's right now sort of tough to really delineate who's a natural righty and who's a natural lefty without me going back and scouting 10 games on film. All of the girls on the court are switching seamlessly right-handed, left-handed, and you're just becoming twice as difficult to defend.
I commented when we did soccer earlier in the fall that was the thing I had noticed more and more, that it was becoming harder and harder to tell strong foot for the soccer players. And there's an easy goal. Belleville, another one for the Vikings, and they're on top 7-2 right in front off the penalty. I think similarly hard to tell stick side, strong stick side for lacrosse players. The skill level is improved, and I agree. I can't tell looking at it which is the strong side, but what I can tell is that Stonington has no real answers for the East Lyme offense. They are not dealing well with the offensive sets that the Vikings have put forth.
Well, you know, early in the game, the Stonington goalie, Haley Allard, you know, goalie's all about confidence. And you're going to hopefully make a save or two that's going to give your team a spark. But once in a while, the goalie walks off, you know, at a timeout and says to me, Coach, what do I do? You know, what can I do better? And sometimes, especially in this sport, where your save percentage is actually not that high, right? You're talking, if you're a 50% save percentage, you're a really good goalie. So in this sport, sometimes it's just about you're seeing too many shots. And right now, Haley is just seeing too many shots too early.
Biggest lead of the game is 5 for East Lyme, 7-2. Stonington on the attack. Of course, we have the boys lacrosse final tonight, 7:30, Waterford and Stonington. Congratulations to Stonington for sending both the boys and girls teams to the finals of the ECC.
Now, I'm going to also make you know, a tactical point. There's the 12-meter and there's the 8-meter line in the girls' game. And many teams do not extend their defense past the 12-meter line. And they sort of want to pack it in. But East Lyme extends out on the ball handler in all the spaces. And as they extend, they just exert pressure. And what's occurring now is Stonington has no lane to step into with the ball because they're constantly have a girl out on their hands exerting pressure.
Nice save in front. Point blank, Allard made the save on Nagel. Again, to use the basketball, you know, equivalent, you see teams that are content packing in a zone and letting teams just pass it around the perimeter, and then there are teams that extend and don't let those passes even occur, extend the defense out a little bit and put pressure every time you touch the ball. And I feel like East Lyme is looking for steals, looking for opportunities to jump into passing lanes, looking for opportunities to pressure the ball. A very aggressive defensive style for the Vikings.
East Lyme does a wonderful job in their ride of reconvening underneath the ball. There are no clean lanes for Stonington to walk the ball out of their defensive half. So with that, they're constantly trying to and having to reroute the ball, one pass back and one pass over, which gives Stonington, or excuse me, East Lyme time to sort of recollect their defense, and you never get anything unsettled.
Stonington right now just...
So you can see right now, every East Lyme defender is now off the red line. They're past the 12, and now they're just gobbling up all the free space. So Stonington right now is under more pressure just to have a catch. We're not even talking about scoring a goal.
Good cut by O'Keefe. She draws the penalty, and now Carly O'Keefe, the junior for Stonington, in front, waiting for her whistle. There it goes. Rips a shot. Low and deflected and saved, and in front. Another save. Well done. Gianna Franco, the keeper for East Lyme. 2 saves right in front, keeping the lead at 7-2 for the Vikings.
A couple of years ago, when we were really trying to kickstart and get Coast Guard lacrosse cranked, we got the win versus Wesleyan, and I called the coach at Salisbury. He's the winningest all-time coach in the history of lacrosse. I said, we want to play you. We'll come down. And, you know, we booked the game 18 months later, and we went down and played Salisbury. I came to the conclusion after that game that we could not compete as a program unless we changed our play style. Salisbury was all 10-man ride. They were all high pressure, and they made us make mistakes. They made us make mistakes that we didn't normally make. We actually were never even in the spaces to make those kind of mistakes.
Great save by Franco. Point blank. That was a ripped shot. Spathakis had a shot, and great save by Franco.
So Stonington needs to go to the cage before this thing settles back down. Once the East Lyme defense is settled, they're tougher.
Yeah, don't let them get into their defensive set. You're right. And usually against pressure defenses, ball movement and cutting and reverse, but East Lyme doesn't give you much of a chance. They're very, very disciplined with their pressure. Run in front, shot.
It's a great shot. Goodman goes left-handed. I think that's a little space of strategy. I hope to see Stonington's kind of keep imparting. So they reacted to the pressure now, and instead of fading away, they went at it. And once you got underneath the first girl with the pressure, now all of a sudden Stonington drew themselves a 2-on-1. That was their best opportunity for the day.
And here comes Goodman with a chance. Successfully converted one earlier. We saw her go straight to the cage. Let's see what she does here on her second opportunity. Straight to the cage again, switches over, and great defense by East Lyme. We're going to get a whistle, however. Stoppage of the clock. And the official will go over and explain something. 6:01, 5-goal lead for East Lyme, 7-2. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com. Casey O'Neill, along with Ray Lafort. The lacrosse is plentiful here at Montville High School. Girls ECC finals, followed by the boys ECC finals. It's Woodstock defeats Waterford 2-1, and will play Fitch at 6:30 for the ECC baseball championship. So Woodstock upsetting Waterford, Fitch beating Lyman. So the number 2 seed Fitch Falcons will take on the number 5 seed Woodstock in the ECC finals. And as a Bacon Academy dad, they were beaten yesterday by Waterford, we had beaten Woodstock twice on the year. I know that's going to be a tough pill for Bacon to swallow. They didn't play well yesterday against Waterford. But interestingly enough, Waterford had thrown back-to-back shutouts in their first 2 wins, and then only gave up 2. So in 3 games, Waterford's pitching gave up a total of 2 goals, and they don't make the final. That's tough. Gotta get the bats going if you're the Waterford Lancers. Here at the ECC Girls Lacrosse Final, we've got a 7-2 East Lyme lead, but a chance in front now for Stonington off the whistle. Dimmick rips and scores. Gabriella Dimmick, the sophomore, with an absolute laser, and the lead is cut 7-3.
Gabriella Dimmick.
So very different style, similar to Logal. Now Dimmick's a sophomore, Logal's a freshman. You talk about 2 years ago, the transition. Interesting that the freshman and the sophomore both chose
high heat,
and the senior is the one attacking the cage, and that might have something to do with the timing of you might be seeing the transition to the to the next wave of high fastballs coming out of the girls' game.
I would also say too, though, both Dimmick and Logal are tall. I mean, you're talking 5'10" ladies that have a lot of torque, and Ivy Goodman's game is clearly jitterbug.
Yes. Doesn't have the verticality. I'm not even sure that's a word, but in honor of the possibility that it's not, verticality is the word of the day. And a draw win for East Lyme. And Glenn is down for Stonington, but she's up and moving. East Lyme's going to have a quick attack, trying to get in before Stonington can set. In front, shot, and a goal. East Lyme. Casey Pierce, the senior, puts one in, and it's 8-3. And East Lyme is not having any real problems scoring. They have found what they needed here. 8-3 early lead over Stonington.
As you get into postseason play, you get to a 3-referee crew in the high school game, which I really like because it looks like the college game right now. The referees are calling it tight, doing a nice job. And, when you add that third ref, there's really no blind spots anymore. Now you make a nice triangle around the ball, and you see all you need to see. The 2 refs, I've always thought, some weird stuff can happen in the blind space.
Well, it's funny that you say that because I had a long talk with some of my basketball officials about the 2-man versus the 3-man basketball crew. it looked like, especially on the boys' side, even in the ECC, they were heading towards more of a 3-man crew. And when they do the 2-man crew, there's just things you can't see. And so coaches get used to, calls that don't get made, that suddenly get made in the 3-person crew. And I think similarly in lacrosse, you're going to see calls being made that you're not used to being made. It's not that they weren't always happening, it's that you couldn't see them with 2 people. Now you're going to be able to see them. So I like the extra person. I like being able to.
The athletic directors do not like the extra person. Costs them another $120 a game.
Yeah, sell a couple more T-shirts. I would say that I haven't seen a coach yet that doesn't have 6 different Under Armour sleeve shirts. So I don't want to hear anyone cry in poverty. Now watch, Phil Orby, my alma mater's AD, is going to say, does that mean I'm getting a check?
I think that comment doesn't even get us the free hot dog between the games.
Probably not. And I get what it is, but in tournament play, there's proof that it's a better called game. 8-3, Vikings on top, looking to tack on another. Paletto carries for East Lyme. Schwartz and now behind the net.
Stonington playing a little bit of a hybrid defense now. The interception right there by Dimmick, she looked like the backer, the hybrid. Everyone else was in man or woman or person defense. And Dimmick was the floater, and that's how she picked that off.
Good hustle out there, trying to keep it in by Stonington. We're going to get a whistle. It's going to be East Lyme's ball, but that was good hustle out there. I'm going to have Peter Wappy correct me when I make this inevitable. I'll leave something off, I'm sure. But, we've gotten used to on game day over the years, schools going through runs in different sports, and it feels like we do a lot of Waterford, and it feels like we do a lot of East Lyme, things like that. But hats off to Stonington High School athletics right now. Football team won the most games it's won in a number of years. The soccer team, state champions and ECC champions. Both lacrosse teams in the ECC finals. The basketball team won an ECC championship in Division II. Who am I missing?
Softball just won the ECC D2 final over St. Bernard this afternoon. Hats off to right now. The athletics at Stonington High School are really competitive across the board. And I'm sure if I looked at some of the other sports that I'm leaving off, but that means baseball is qualified for the state tournament. Softball just won an ECC championship. Stonington really acquitting themselves nicely in the ECC across all sports. So, hats off to the Bears. And right now, they're down big to a Division I, bigger school like East Lyme. But the Bears are certainly showing themselves ultra competitive. A save made there on Benoit.
Well, I'm just going to say that Alana Benoit is running through checks, and she's just asserting herself going to the cage. So she just plays that style, and really impressive how she just gobbles up the space.
Nice pickup. Goodman's going to run for a while, and she's got wheels. There goes Goodman. Nice hustle, though. Getting back. DiLoretto makes Goodman have to dump it off and instead forces the steal. So great play. DiLoretto's been a real stalwart on defense for East Lyme.
So I think I heard an inadvertent whistle on the ball on the ground, and they got picked up, and basically almost 90% of the girls on the field just sort of stopped. I think our refereeing crew had no choice but to do a set restart.
Yeah, and it's listen. What's the one thing you're taught in all sports? Play till the whistle.
Yeah, and every lady out here just stopped.
That's the whistle's your Pavlovian tool, right? Yeah. How do you get all the girls to stop at once? Blow the whistle. So officials, once in a while. Nice run here. Vikings with a big chance. Going up the side is Pierce. In front now, Bruno.
Bruno looking for a cutter, dumps back to Pierce. Pierce heading towards the middle of the field, and she'll pass in the middle. It goes to Sager. Sager spins, rips low, and scores! Sydney Sager with a nifty move and a shot from her waist, turning and blinding Allard with the shot, and the Vikings up 9-3.
Well, Haley didn't even move, because I don't think she anticipated that style shot. Sager was right-handed, and then she sort of pirouetted back left, but never changed her stick to her left, and sort of hit her with a shovel shot.
Yeah, the famous game day challenge where I was in goal for an 100-mile-an-hour James McCoy fastball was not the scariest moment of that experience for me. What I learned in goal was how hard it is to follow the ball, because especially when the boys with those sticks are able to do things. I mean, the shots were coming from spots I couldn't see. So Allard there, she's tracking the ball on a right-handed, shooter, and all of a sudden the shot's coming low left. That's not a spot where you'd expect the ball to come from under any circumstance.
Well, my goalies at Coast Guard, we have some odd lights, and at the time the sun sets and the lights are on, there are a couple of glare spaces in the stadium, and my goalies will say, Coach, I can't track a ball coming out of that space at all, right? And you'll know because they won't even move.
Well, it's like that tough sky, that twilight sky in baseball where the pop-ups go up and the infielders and outfielders are all going, I can't see it. It disappears. It's, same idea, and there's probably nothing scarier as a keeper when you just can't see the ball. I mean, there's, frozen in place and you just hear it whistle by you.
So here again, the pressure of East Lyme's ride.
Nice save by Allard.
Forcing Stonington to throw a bunch of passes to clear. And you get a turnover and another offensive opportunity for East Lyme.
I want to give Allard credit, the freshman goalie for Stonington. She's made about 5 saves here. It could be a lot worse than 9-3. She's trying to hold on here for 20 seconds. East Lyme will have 20 seconds to pump one in. And that's going to be a penalty against Stonington. So East Lyme will have another chance here, 16 seconds.
Getting back to programmatically, going down and playing a school like Salisbury.
And there's Belleville ripping in the 9th goal with 14 seconds remaining. Excuse me, the 10th goal with 14 seconds remaining here, putting East Lyme up comfortably 10-3. Please continue, programmatically.
We just decided that if we're going to play the best teams in the country, week in, week out, we have to adjust our style. Because what we wanted to be wasn't going to fit. So to me, if the other programs in the region embrace what's going on here at East Lyme and say we're going to play that style and up it and sort of match it, right? Because once you get the different style come at you, you just play uncomfortable. But if you played that style all the time, you would develop a level of comfort through all the ladies in your program, and then you have a shot to match it.
And there's your whistle. We're at the end. 10-3 East Lyme on top of Stonington. You're watching Game Day live on day.com.
Having it be my senior year and being more relaxed, like more of the fun side opposed to the I need this, this, and this to get me to the next step. It was kind of just going out and thinking it could be my last meet every single time. So that was a little different. There's definitely a lot of challenges because that's not a lot, like, you need a lot of confidence in sport, and most team sports have, like, people to hype you up and make you feel more confident and comfortable. So for most of the meets, it was actually ended up being just me, so that's, like, I have to bring my own confidence, and I have to kind of cheer myself on. So it was nice to have one other person cheering for me. So it was definitely kind of a struggle opposed to having more people. My favorite teacher is probably my chemistry teacher that I had last year. Mr. Harfinist, he used to coach the boys cross country at East Lyme. He kind of made me more confident in my learning, and he was very encouraging and very helpful. He's kind of just a nice teacher. When I was like 13, I quit gymnastics for a little bit because it got exhausting, and I tried volleyball and lacrosse, and I wasn't nearly as good as either of them. So I ended up in high school quitting. I tried running too, like my brother Chris, because he was so good at it that I could be too. No. Cross country was not my thing at all. Chili's, because I love Chili's. Oh, God, the dish. I'm kind of a pizza lover, so probably like a cool pizza after me. Maybe throw some like mac and cheese or something in there. I'm going to go to Central Connecticut State University, and I'm going to try to be a teacher.
Any sports in the future for you?
Right now, I don't think so. I kind of need to let my body heal. So right now, that's going to be a no, but you never know. I might try something new.
I really enjoy running. It's kind of like my way of just expressing because I'm really an impatient person. So when I just first started, I didn't know like the outline and like how track and field really works. There was this senior, her name was Gwen. She was a really good role model to me during like track season. And then as I really like got into track, I started like really enjoying it, and it became like one of my like favorite like hobbies to do, and then it became my sport, I guess. Definitely winning state, because I didn't think that I was gonna win state, but definitely winning state and setting the school record. I set the 55, the 60 meters, and the 4x2, as well as the SMR. Favorite class would be math. I really like math because I feel like it's not complicated and it's just like straightforward. My favorite teacher, obviously Bound. He's my coach. I never had him as a teacher, but he's just always been my favorite in the school. I did cheer because I did gymnastics when I was younger. It didn't really work out. I wasn't really, fitting in, so I decided to quit and try out for track instead, and that became my sport. I did cross country in middle school, but I wasn't a really long distance kind of runner. I was more of a short distance. That's why track was like the perfect sport. Definitely probably like one of the Thai restaurants I go to, maybe like Pink Basil or something, because I really like Thai food because I'm Thai. But if there was a dish, it would be pad Thai, but I would call it speedy. Add some speed in there. Next year, I'm going to Central Connecticut. I'm running track there, so hopefully get some good PRs and great start to the season, because some of the events in college are different from from high school, so hopefully I do pretty good there.
Thank you.
I remember playing Little League basketball. It was when I was like 3 or 4. I played with Jado against boys all the time, so yeah. I tried a lot of different sports, and I knew other sports wasn't just for me. And once I touched the basketball, I knew this is something that I really love and enjoy. Gymnastics, and soccer, and tennis. It was a little challenge, but I just was like, this is not for me, and I just turned to basketball. Definitely playing at Mohegan Sun. That's one moment that will forever stick with me and carry out with me. I'm good at dancing outside of sports. That's just like really my comfort zone, and I can chill. If I'm stressed out, I would dance. It might be crazy, but it's my English teacher. Her name's Miss Marvin, one of my favorites. She's, even though the work gets complicated, she's still such a great teacher. She pushes us to higher levels, and she just wants to see the best for us. The meal would be the Nollies. It would be a burger, a bacon cheeseburger with French fries, a little bit of extra salt, and a nice Sprite. My hopes for next year is to come in and grow and evolve my game, and definitely want to play in college and stuff and take it to a different level.
I remember like when I was really young, like younger than middle school, every summer I would do fun runs with my mom. Like my mom would take me, I would do fun runs, and I would think it was awesome. And then it really started picking up in end of middle school. I think honestly the best part of this season was just being able to get back into it with the whole team after last year missing out on an indoor season. But I think that us working hard during that indoor season really helped us have the success we did as a team this year. Probably personal finance with my teacher, Mr. Rawl. I mean, I played soccer, and I wasn't the best at it. I thought I was decent at it, but I think basically my running, like me having some speed, really helped me with that, and then I kind of transitioned into cross country and track once we got to high school. Probably something with pasta, just because that's like one of my like go-to staple meals before a meet or before a big workout. Obviously, main goal is just to run some fast times and have fun with it, but a really good reach goal would be to go to a Division I school and just keep running, keep my career going. I'm not sure yet, but I'm thinking probably a finance or business major, maybe.
1/2 in the books and a 10-3 Viking lead over the Stonington Bears. We're about ready to start second half action as the draw at midfield occurs, and this time it'll be a penalty. It'll be controlled by East Lyme, Casey O'Neill and Ray Lafort here for game day, and the East Lyme Vikings putting on pretty much a dominant, all-encompassing performance in the first half, and with the ball here, looking to start the second half the way they started the first half, which was goals early and often.
East Lyme has sort of controlled the pace of play via pressure and really solid ball handling. They have very few unforced errors, and Stonington, this right here, this attempt at a clear has been a little indicative of the pressure that East Lyme just exerts on you. They are guarding all 120 yards of the field.
We should note a goalie change. Stonington starting sophomore Shia Fine in net here to start the second half. We saw Haley Allard, the freshman, in the first half. So I think we're going to see any number of players at some point here in the second half of this one. So I had a chance to talk to you off air at halftime and really came to understand what you were talking about. East Lyme plays a style that is systematic on-ball pressure every inch of the field. There is no place where East Lyme is not pressuring the ball on, person on person everywhere you go. It's not just about not letting you score. It's about not letting you clear, not letting you carry, not letting you pass. It's a systematic pressure, and with it comes a little bit of physicality. So I can see the rest of the ECC, quite frankly, hasn't caught up yet. They have not caught up to what the Vikings are doing.
Well, first and foremost, East Lyme has the best youth system going. Just an enormous amount of young kids learning and growing and loving lacrosse. So that's a thing that every high school coach appreciates when they're handed a core of players that have a skill set showing up. It doesn't hurt when you've got kids showing up that want to play year-round kind of lacrosse, and that has really crept in to so many of the spaces of the sports. And I think you have Connecticut Sharks is a summer program that goes on that practices over there at Brybrook. They have a big draw, so there's a lot of young girls and young boys in East Lyme that have a stick in their hand 10 months out of the year.
And certainly success, helps breed that, right? So it's tough to get a youth program sustained when you're not very good. But in East Lyme, feels like they've been in the final what amounts to 2 decades now. And so, if you're a young girl in East Lyme, you're watching your older sisters and your older sisters' friends and your neighbors, and it's successful lacrosse, and that's what you want to be for years. If you were a young boy in Waterford, you wanted to be a baseball player. I think that's still the case in a lot of for a lot of the people, but for East Lyme, the youth program is certainly continuing to feed the high school, who's continuing to succeed, which reinvigorates the youth program.
And they have a cool thing go on because they have, what I would call modeling. They have former players come back. They have girls and guys come back to practice. They play D1 or a D2, D3 college lacrosse. So there's just a groundswell of pride. It's cool to watch.
Healy will have the chance now for East Lyme. So Healy will have it. 10-3 lead. Let's see what Healy does here. The senior, no stranger to goal scoring. We've called her name out any number of times. The Healy's in all sports in East Lyme. They know how to score goals. Waiting for the whistle. Meredith Healy rips in on the cage and very casually, that's a very calm and measured shot there over the shoulder of the keeper, and it'll be 11-3 Vikings.
Meredith does a nice job approaching the cage, gaining into the center of the cage where the goalie has to defend all four corners. It's already tough. She drops her stick head a little bit. The goalie drops her stick head a little bit, and then she goes back to high. You know, she's not done that. That was not the first time she's done that.
Yeah, practiced move, and you know, again, some of these scorers are incredibly talented in how they approach. You know, they have all kinds of moves, and their stick handling is just better and better.
So Caitlin DiLoreno comes up with another turnover on the defensive half that sends another possession down to the East Lyme attackers. It's probably the third or the fourth for the night for Caitlin.
Yeah, she's been really great on defense. We've seen her with anticipation. We've seen her with physicality. And she's had a lot of deep runs, offense running out of her transitions out of the defensive end. So East Lyme not taking the foot off the gas here to start the second half. Back behind, in front. Waiting for that cutter behind the net, and they can't quite. There it is, in front, shot, and a goal. Beautiful shot and goal. Danny Bruno cutting in front, getting the pass, and Vikings now a 12-3, 9-goal lead.
Nice vision coming up the left side, below goal line extended by Meredith Healy. She's a natural lefty, and it makes for a very seamless feed to a cutting Danny Bruno. You know, that would be called the one-timer in the world of hockey, because that ball wasn't in Danny Bruno's stick for more than one step.
No, it was a catch and shoot all in one motion. And there's a draw win for East Lyme, which we haven't seen much of. Sager that time, though, gets East Lyme onto a quick attack. East Lyme in front now, up behind the net.
So I really like this little style East Lyme puts at the back of the cage. You see their right-handed Dodgers keep rising up above goal line extended, and they're drawing and they're sort of stretching the defender off that pipe, and then they do a nice job of throwing the ball back behind them for their attacker to catch the ball and be underneath the defense. Probably about 4 or 5 times now, that kind of spacing, that kind of move has occurred off that right pipe.
Constant motion for East Lyme, never really allowing Stonington to contest or challenge. Stonington a little more passive. And there's a cutter right in front. Step and a big hit in front. We're going to get a stick penalty, and Stonington will have the possession here, but that's no gimme for the clear either. Or are they calling that against? They're calling that against Stonington. Okay, penalty against Stonington. So in front, Benoit will have a chance. Alana Benoit, the junior. Goodman being sent off. She's got a scrape on the elbow. They're going to tend to her, and heading into the ball game is Charlotte Cornell, freshman. Nothing like that for the freshman. Go replace Ivy Goodman for a few minutes. On the other side, Benoit waiting for the whistle. How will she approach? Straight on cage, and a bounced shot. She goes low right, bounces it into the net, and a 10-goal margin now, 13-3. East Lyme on top with 17:48 remaining in the second half.
I think the only shot that Shia Fine would have at stopping Alana would be to step towards her and just kill the angle, because it's taking her all the way to the mouth of the cage to pull away from the defenders on her right and left. You know, she's got that down pat. I don't know that you're going to make a save on that at a high percentage if you're way back in the cage versus that kind of she's just getting herself to the doorstep.
So Dimmick will be back in the draw. And Belleville was taking the draw for East Lyme, won by Stonington. There goes Dimmick all the way in front, and a beautiful save. Franco. She's had a couple of really brilliant saves, and now they're trying to transition the other end. And tiptoeing the sidelines and not being able to maintain was Greta Schwartz, and so Stonington will come the other way. And then a quick interception and steal by the Vikings. There goes Schwartz. Hounded, and a nice steal by Glenn. Catherine Glenn heading up the field for Stonington. In front it goes to Logel. And Stonington will settle it down.
Well, you know, you hear the call from the sideline, and I know the score right now is 13-3. But I don't see any way Stonington can get back into this game if they actually play settled offense. I think you want this as unsettled as you can get it, and you want it just to be pure chaos.
Goebel with a shot and another save by Franco. East Lyme going to try to clear it, and they'll run it back through Franco. Franco to Pierce. Pierce with a bullet pass a little bit low, but still cleaned up by Pierce. So there comes Shannon Pierce and Casey Pierce, number 23, with the ball now for East Lyme. And behind the net it goes to Bruno. Bruno back to Pierce, looking for a cutter. Back behind the net to Nagel. Nagel to Pierce. And now East Lyme taking a little bit more time. There comes a run on cage. And Healy got bopped. Ball loose. Benoit had a chance. Now Healy picks it up, and East Lyme will still maintain possession.
Healy really has a really super quick first step. And she gets into spaces.
Out of nowhere, Greta Schwartz puts one in the net for East Lyme, 14-3.
Vikings, number 1, Greta Schwartz.
So the senior Schwartz getting in on the action. She picked up a loose ball and was in perfect position to slip one into the net. And it's all East Lyme here in the ECC Girls Lacrosse Final. And, you know, in fairness to Stonington, you know, East Lyme has been this dominant all year in conference. If you look at their scores, you know, they opened up the season in a close one with Fitch, 17-15. And then after that, they took care of Bacon Academy by 11 and NFA by 13, by 16. Then they beat Bacon by 9. And a close one with Stonington in that first one. And then after that, when they came off of that loss to Fairfield Ludlow where they got really hammered, the scores 17-0, 18-5, 15-5, 18-7. They've just been on a real run. And there's another beautiful goal. Bruno in front on a nice pass, and 15-3. And it's East Lyme doing whatever they want here in the final.
They move the ball quick. The ball's not really in anybody's stick for more than 3 steps. And you can tell at the end of the season they're really clicking. You know, I think you build the schedule and you play some tough teams early, and you're going to find out what you are. But you want to be playing your best at the end. They're going to have a super amount of confidence going into their state tournament games. You know, and I know the goals of their program are to go deep into that. So it's not like they're being shy about what they want to be.
Well, East Lyme will go into the state tournament as the number 8 seed in Class M. And they will open play with a familiar opponent, the number 9 seed Waterford Lancers, on Tuesday. Waterford at East Lyme in the opening round of the state tournament. So familiar foes, East Lyme and Waterford. But I think East Lyme as an 8 seed might be dangerous in Class M. I think they could definitely. It'll be interesting, you know, when they run across a big school. When I mean a big school, I mean not by enrollment, by a big lacrosse school. But and in Class M, you know, they might win a couple games.
So what would the 8 seed get in a second round game? It would be an 8-1.
Yeah, they'll have to play the number 1 seed, but depending on who that is, whether it's sometimes you get the program that's that's really good, or you get the school that's just having a great year. Maybe without the lacrosse history, it'd be interesting to see who number 1 team in Class M is.
Yeah, the seeding has always been pretty intriguing, how the thing sorted out.
Well, there's the answer. It's Guilford, who beat East Lyme 15-5 earlier in the year. So, regardless, East Lyme is going to play familiar opponents in either the first and second games in the state tournament.
Well, it makes it easy for the scouting report.
Yeah, and they played Guilford not early, sort of early mid part of the season. So if there's anything to it, East Lyme's got to be thinking that they're a better team now than they were then. Certainly make that game more competitive and maybe sneak one out against Guilford in round 2 if they get by Waterford in round 1. And of course, that's not a gimme. They did beat Waterford 18-5 a few weeks ago. Here it's 16-3. East Lyme running away with the Lacrosse Championship, and there is another goal in front. Lillian Paletto, the sophomore, scores her goal, and it's just all East Lyme here, an overwhelmed Bear team here. You know, congratulations to Jeff Medeiros and the Stonington Bears for a great season, and they'll be heading into the state tournament as well. They've got an interesting draw, does Stonington, because they're in Class S. They're the 15 seed, and they're going to get a tech school. They're going to get a local tech school. They're going to get Norwich Tech. Excuse me, I'm looking at boys. They're going to get Watertown as the 11. They're the 6 seed. They're going to get Watertown as the 11. A winnable game for Stonington in the first round of the state tournament as well. The Stonington boys lacrosse team gets Norwich Tech in Class S, but they won't. They're a seed away from Waterford if they were to win. They wouldn't get them to the final. So wouldn't it be something if we got a Waterford-Stonington state championship game as well, like we do in the ECCs?
Well, interesting, Waterford moved back down to Class S. I know a couple of years ago they had a little blip in enrollment.
Yeah.
And they were up with the M's playing Daniel Hand and such.
Yeah, which was not good.
Well, I guess my understanding is the classifications go off of the 10th grade enrollment, and it goes up and it goes down.
Another save by Franco. Well, the problem with what we're seeing across the state now in terms of the divisions too, though, is like, for example, in baseball right now, you want to be in Class M more than you want to be in Class S, because in Class S is where you have your Catholic schools, a couple of whom are the best teams in the state, and that's where you run into a lot of your schools of choice end up in S, especially the Catholic schools, and a lot of them can be very dominant. So being in S is not always a gift. Sometimes it makes things harder toward the end, but I love when our teams enter the state tournament. It gives us a good opportunity to see where we fit around the state in the given sport, and so both of these teams, of course, will be moving on to state play starting next week.
So East Lyme with some fresh faces in the game.
Yep, Riddhi Venkatesh in the sophomore. Sager now, as we're down, coming in on the end of 8 minutes here remaining in the ball game. East Lyme obviously heading to a 2022 ECC Girls Lacrosse Championship. Cutter in front, and a beautiful goal. Sydney Sager on the run in the cut.
Vikings goal, number
7:45
24.
remaining. It's
Sydney
18-3
Sager.
East Lyme. Of course, after this game, we'll have a break before a 7:30 start for the Waterford Stonington ECC Boys Championship. There will be awards given out after this one, and of course a interview with our game day player of the game. You and I have to start thinking about who the game day player of the game is for East Lyme.
There's a number of ladies out there that are clicking.
Tough choices because a lot of them, looking it over, you've got sort of somebody, an unsung person, maybe like Caitlin DiLoretto, who did such a great job defensively, started off their runs. Obviously, Belleville and Sager and Nagel and Bruno and Healy. I mean, there's no shortage of names for East Lyme. Don't count the goalie, Franco. And I don't know. We're going to have to put our heads together here and come up with a game day player of the game. It's not an obvious choice. The Vikings very well distributed here in the final. Shot goes wide by Goodman.
When the games go to shootouts, I tend to lean towards offensive kind of players in a player of the game scenario, but I'll be very honest. When you've only given up 3 goals and the goalie hasn't been beat much, I become a fan of the person between the pipes quite a bit.
I'm with you on that one. I mean, I'm always a fan of a keeper. I think Franco's played brilliantly. Gonna get a whistle, and now we're down under 6 minutes here remaining. 5:59 is father of the Waterford goalie, Jeff Kozlowski, in front of coming in. Now, Jeff Kozlowski, it's one thing when I'm already used to my friends' kids being stars in sports, but I have the unfortunate stigma. I was an August birthday, so I had pool parties every year. So I have pictures from like 1975 to 1985 of me and all my friends in all these from age like 6 to 16 in the pool parties. So my friends have asked me to burn many of those awful pictures of like 14 7-year-old boys making outlandish poses at the camera. But I do have for all of you out there interested, I do have footage of Dr. Kozlowski in a leopard, knee-high bathing suit making a muscle pose.
That was a trend.
It was so.
I'm glad those years in the 80s are long gone.
So bad. It's why I sit there and everybody comes back to the 80s, and I said I lived through it the first time. It wasn't all that great. But his son, very talented, all-state goalie for Waterford, and we're going to get a chance to see him in the second game.
Headed to Colgate. Play some lacrosse there.
Is there something to be said that you're a dentist and your kid goes to the name of a toothpaste?
Might have got a deal.
Does Crest not have a university out there? 18-3, 5:45 remaining. East Lyme on the attack here. Nagel. Behind the pipes it goes. Paletto. And we're going to get no whistle. Yeah, we are going to get a whistle and a hold. There was hold as the cutter, Knapp. Jessica Knapp, the freshman, was cutting for East Lyme, and she got held. So Jessica Knapp will have the opportunity for East Lyme. So here's a freshman, Knapp, coming in, and off the pipe, I think she hit the post.
Offensively, East Lyme does a nice job of holding their cuts until the feeder has their head up. There's no one really cutting too early or, cutting without really any intent. They do a nice job. It's very systematic. They produce shots at really nice steep angles that are tough saves for the goalies.
4:45 remaining, 18-3. Thorough all-round effort for East Lyme here. 2022 champions of the ECC girls lacrosse. Ivy Goodman comes out of the pack by Stonington with the ball. She'll come through the midfield and dump it off to Goebel, and now on the stick of Shea Burnside. Up ahead, Logel.
That was a really nice clear led by Ivy Goodman. She looked like she was going to be able to leg it out, and East Lyme collapsed on her, and she did a nice job of rerouting the ball backwards to move it back forwards. It really sort of showed a lot of poise.
Good defense. Goebel never really had a chance. Coming across the crease, there was nothing there.
Well, she can never get into a space where she was in it and had a clean shot without a dangerous shot opportunity.
Goodman. Nice cutter. Deflected shot off the stick of Nora Walsh. Franco holding her ground. And another nice job by Gianna Franco. .3:15 and counting, and here comes a run. East Lyme, freshman Jessica Knapp.
So Gianna makes a pass from the back of the crease up 45 yards away to the 40-yard line on a football field, and the recipient of the pass did not have to move her stick. The ball just landed in her stick.
Yeah.
And that's a sign of high-level goalie play, because a lot of goalies can save shots. That's what everyone expects. But the little things in the world of the clear sometimes separate goalies from each other. And it's a nice little pass to put down. Wasn't under a lot of pressure. It's still a 45-yard pass.
Well, we watched this year with Stonington boys soccer. And they were the team of the year in the state of Connecticut. They were the state champions as well. But we watched them, and Coach DeCastro talked about they really transition from their keeper in an aggressive manner. So he was talking about next level goalkeeping play, where your keeper's not looking to make saves. Their keeper needs to be able to distribute and transition, and their offense quickly counterattacks off of saved shots from their keeper. So their keeper makes a save, and it's gone, whether it's a throw or a kick. And you saw the same thing there from Franco. As soon as she had it, she's looking up, surveying, and she's looking to make a pass, an outlet pass, for not only a clear, but to transition into the offense, which is what East Lyme was able to do. And that's next level goalie play.
Goodman causes a turnover on the defensive half and moves the ball down the court pretty quick. Stonington had one of their better opportunities here. Now Logel's got a free position shot.
And she's winding up already. Look, she winds, she rips, and she scores. The freshman, Emma Logel. And get used to this ECC. You got 3 more years of Emma Logel ripping shots, because you can see she was winding it up from the beginning.
A similar goal that Emma scored early in the first quarter, just low to low, off stick. Goalie's a righty, so she puts the ball outside the goalie's left ankle, and it's a tough save, from 8 yards.
And we're down under a minute, 50 seconds on a running clock here, so we're only moments away. 18-4, East Lyme on top here as we head into the ending seconds of the 2022 ECC Championship game. Here comes Logel on a run. Under 30 seconds now. Probably the last full possession here of the ball game for either side. Goodman in front. Spins, looking for nothing there. Double teamed. Cutter in front. And a shot from Walsh. Whistle. 5 seconds. 4, and that's going to do it. They're not going to get a chance to get this one off. And congratulations to Phil Schneider and the East Lyme Vikings girls on the 2022 ECC Girls Lacrosse Championship, 18-4 over Stonington. At 7:30, we're going to have the boys lacrosse final, Waterford and Stonington. And we will be doing interviews on the field with the game day player of the game, as well as head coach Phil Schneider, as well as we will have content of the post-game festivities as well. But we'll be back at 7:30 for the boys final. East Lyme 18, Stonington 4. They are the 2022 Girls Lacrosse Champions of the ECC.
Casey's going to come down, and Eric, you'll go down on the field, and we'll record. Post-game interview will be recorded, not live. Eric, stay with the bench. Alex can zoom in on the field presentation. ADs come in. The refs are going to clear out and stay with the ADs there.
At this time, we ask both teams to line up on opposite 40-yard lines for the award ceremony.
Eric, you can break down and go with Casey. There's a microphone down in your tripod case.
First, congratulations to the student athletes and coaches of both teams for a well-played championship game. We wish both teams success in the upcoming CIAC tournament games.
Yeah, you got a battery in the tripod case too.
At this time, I'd like to welcome Connecticut College's Fran Shields to the field to present the James J. Courtney Award for the most outstanding player for the 20th year. This award is given in memory of Jim Courtney, a prominent local attorney who perished tragically in a fire at his home in 1991. He started youth lacrosse in southeastern Connecticut with the Mystic Seals. He loved the sport and wanted to grow the game in all of our towns for boys and girls. Tonight's game shows that his dream has come true. The award keeps his name alive as we honor tonight's outstanding player in his name. The James J. Courtney Award winner as outstanding player in the ECC Girls Championship game is East Lyme's number 25, Gianno Franco. And now, ECC Lacrosse Chairperson and Montville Athletic Director Megan Sears will present the tournament plaque to your Eastern Connecticut Conference Girls Lacrosse Tournament Champions, head coach Phil Schneider and the East Lyme Vikings. Congratulations. Thank you to all who attended tonight's contest. We will be starting the ECC Boys Lacrosse Championship at 7:30. between number 2 Waterford High School and number 4 Stonington High School.
The following is a presentation of The Day.
On the campus of Montville High School, it's your 2022 ECC Boys Lacrosse Championship featuring the number 2 seed Waterford High School Lancers and the number 4 seed in a bit of a Cinderella, the Stonington High School Bears, and all the action is live on game day. Casey O'Neill along with the coach Ray Lafort, and congratulations to the East Lyme girls. They're winners in our earlier game, and now it's time for the boys. And coach, this game is interesting to me. On paper, it would seem that Waterford is the distinct favorite, yet these two teams played, and Stonington pulled the upset and beat them then. Stonington fresh off of what everyone thinks is a huge upset over East Lyme. Talk a little bit about this matchup.
Well, I'm going to say that one of the better players in the region is number 2 from Stonington, Cam Melanteni. He runs like the wind, shoots on the run, high velocity shot, plays right-handed and left-handed, and is just a force.
Well, you said that he is the best player in this area, and you would liken him, saying, we haven't seen someone like him. Caleb Holdridge is the kind of kid, in terms of sometimes there are just talents that stand out a little bit in terms of skill sets. Is that he bring a certain skill set that's unusual for us to see? Is he going to be, are we going to notice him, a layman like myself? Am I going to pick him up right away?
Oh, yeah, he's going to jump off the charts at you. In 2 seconds flat, you're going to go, that kid can play. I say that might be the best player, but Waterford might have one of the best players in the region, too. Their own goalie, Jake Kozlowski, is committed to Colgate. He's a great ball stopper. Paul Dion, the coach at Waterford, runs a wonderful zone defense all the time. And they force shots outside nice and wide. So if Kozlowski eats them up, then you got yourself a ball game.
I love it when the goal scorer faces the goal stopper, and Ethan Mahoney on the face-off will win the first one for Stonington and give it right back over as we had a whistle. So it'll go over to Waterford, and Aiden Bousquet will have it. And Waterford will have the first official possession of our ball game. To get here, Stonington had to pull the aforementioned upset of East Lyme, an 11-10 overtime thriller. And that's after East Lyme drubbed them by 11 goals earlier in the regular season, which was a surprise. Waterford beat a very good Bacon Academy team who had won the Division II title with a win over Stonington just a few days earlier. So, this is an interesting matchup. And again, on paper, East Lyme seemed like a much better team than Stonington, and Stonington pulled the upset, and they're going to have to play that way again tonight against Waterford.
Well, Waterford gets into the offensive set, and they show a little triangle set. They have a triangle high and a triangle low. Both triangles are going to rotate into each other to clear out some space. And Zimmerman had the first dodge, but now the ball kicks wide to C.J. Landry, who's Waterford's big freshman.
Only a freshman, and he's a giant right in front. Nice stop off a stick. But you can tell who Landry is right away. He literally stands out in the crowd.
Well, C.J., by the way, celebrating his 15th birthday today.
Happy birthday, CJ.
Yep. So, Waterford the early turnover here, so they get off one little shot off of the curl by Stone, and now it's off to the races here with Stonington down the right alley.
And Flynn with the ball for Stonington. He'll play it back through the keeper, and their keeper is Will Banfield, a senior. And there's Ellen Tenney, and the ball stripped. Landry with it for Waterford. Landry on a run, big physical. Freshman looks for a shot, and he scores! C.J. Landry gets Waterford on the board, 1-0, 10:02 in the first period. As you can see the size and physicality of Landry there.
Well, Waterford, the recipient of a Stonington turnover off the clear, looked like they were trying to clear the ball out box side. Ball got put on the ground, and Landry picks it up and carries coast to coast.
Face-offs, ever important, of course, and Mahoney won the first one for Stonington. He and Quiles. And another win for Mahoney.
Now that's impressive. Mahoney didn't win that clamp. Quiles got his stick over the ball first, but Mahoney swiped it back out. So got a little bit of chess match going on at the X.
So we're going to keep our eyes on number 2, Ellen Tenney. Right now, Stonington taking it around back is Hoyne. Comes to the other side of the net. And Flynn up on high. Flynn, Simeo, and Ellen Tenney are on the top for the Bears.
So Waterford is sitting in a 3-3 kind of backer zone where they'll have a single defender go out and pressure the ball at X, and then you've got 2 poles hedging and sitting on the pipes, and they're going to force the ball up into these alleys, up into these high wings. It's a nice defense to play, and it's a really nice defense to play when your goalie tracks the ball as well as the Waterford goalie, Kozlowski, does.
Very patient. Waterford in no real hurry here, and Stonington being very methodical offensively. Waterford minimal pressure up to this point. Ellen Tenney looking to make his run of his own. Goes to his right. Step, shot, and a save, Kozlowski.
So not really a play for Stonington. That was really Ellen Tenney taking it and splitting the seam of the defense. If you're Waterford, you want him to attempt to do that all day, because that's really not a plan that's going to hold up for 60 minutes.
Kozlowski with another save, that time off a low shot from Ben Massengale, and early impressive saves off of Kozlowski. Yeah, let the kid take, the one-on-one moves where Kozlowski can see the ball the whole time. Minimal effectiveness, I would think.
Squared up.
Stone.
So this is John Zimmerman with the ball here, number 12 on the left wing. Very much a downhill kind of alley dodging player.
And there's Landry. So Landry and Zimmerman are up top. Stone in the crease along with Huda. And running for a cut is Silva.
I would say right now that Stonington really has been minimal ball pressure. Their defense has sagged back to about 12 yards. And, if that's where you're going to pick up, it's hard for the rest of the defense to sort of react to where the ball's going to be when the ball's in so deep so early.
Stringer for Waterford. Now back it goes to Zimmerman. Zimmerman being hit. Maintains possession behind the net to Landry.
See, so right now there's no one.
And Landry with his second goal of the game, ripping it past Banfield, 2-0 Lancers.
So I was in the middle of saying there's no one on C.J. Landry's hands, which to me would be an absolute no-no. There would be someone on his hands contesting every single shot that he would take.
Still loose. Who's going to come up with the ground ball? Eventually, Bears. Massengale.
So Keeley's number 34, the face-off player for Waterford, stays on the field and plays the top left corner of the defense, which is really a nice way to rest your face-off man and not have to make him run 50 yards there and back all day long.
Stonington needs an answer here. That three goal mark that we talked about. Waterford up to a quick 2-0 start. Stonington needs a nice shot on goal. They've had 2 so far, and Kozlowski met them both. A bad connection that time as Simeo put it behind Ellen Tenney, and Waterford will take possession.
Busquet was getting hounded. He maintains possession the whole time. Now Landry to a cutting Zimmerman.
So you have a play on penalty, so that gets Waterford there a free shot. They did a nice job not letting the ball hit the ground. So Waterford's going to go man up. It looks like a push, so to me it's probably going to be a 30-second penalty.
So Mahoney will exit. Two nothing here in the early going. 5:17 remaining in the period. Landry, and up top now it goes all the way to Stringer. Stringer steps, dish underneath. Here's Landry. This is where he likes it. Back up top to Stringer. And a beautiful pass. Zimmerman with the goal. 3-0 Lancers.
Goal on the Lancers. Number 12, John Zimmerman.
Good ball movement, good result.
So in the man up, Stringer steps in to shoot. He sort of pinches the defense, draws two, kicks it to Zimmerman. Zimmerman takes a nice shot. He's a little bit screened. I'm not sure the goalie from Stonington got a really good look at the ball.
Crowd likes that on the Waterford side. 3-0 early Lancer lead. Couldn't draw it up any better if you were Coach Paul Dion. Face-off won by Stonington. Massengale. And Stonington needs a good possession this time, and they need a good shot. Still very methodical. Waterford coach saying keep him in front of you. Ellen Tenney with the ball now for Stonington, looking to go up on high, get a little freedom, nothing there. Pass to Massengale, pump, and Kozlowski stones him. And play it back through Kozlowski.
And that series for Stonington is exactly where Paul Dion, the Waterford coach, wants that. He wants that shot at 55 seconds, low to low, and the ball saved, and now he's back out the other side. So Stonington comes out this defensive set, and they've got a lock off on C.J. Landry, so they have Ethan Mahoney right now, number 12 on Stonington, face guarding C.J., so they're basically playing 5v5 at this point in time.
There's a penalty,
and
a play
another
on.
penalty, sure.
In front, good look, deflected, still got it, shot, and it just wide. Huda had a chance, but it'll be a penalty, and Waterford will take advantage. I'm looking at Water. I'm thinking to myself, how much of an equalizer is a kid like Kozlowski in goal for Waterford? So I'm looking like, all right, they lost 3 games this year. How did they lose? And well, they lost at Guilford 4-3, which is one of the most unusual lacrosse scores I think I've ever seen. That's a pitcher's duel in lacrosse, a 4-3 game. And the other 2 losses were interesting. They got beat pretty bad. They gave up 12 goals to East Lyme, and they gave up 9 goals to this Stonington team. And I have to think Ellen Tenney must have, had something to do with that. But because I'm not looking at a Stonington team that strikes me as an offensive type of team, and so Kozlowski must even things up an awful lot for Waterford against teams that perhaps are a little more offensive minded. Oh, and Landry hit the post.
I would say the goalie Kozlowski is beyond the equalizer. You play a Guilford team and you lose 4-3 to a team that I'm sure has a couple of kids who could shoot, but maybe not good answers for the zone defense. Right, so the zone defense here, if you have no movement, which Stonington right now has no off-ball movement, if you have no movement and everything's static, the advantage tips to the team on D.
Zimmerman up top.
Now Landry sets up shop. No one's on him right now. Landry with 2 goals and a post. Landry looking for a dump down and had his man. He had Stone, but a little bit behind him, and out of the pack come the Bears, but a quick steal in the other direction with Stringer for Waterford. Zimmerman. Back to Stringer. Stringer looks to rip and just wide. Good hustle by the keeper for Stonington Banfield. So it'll be Stonington ball. Under 2 minutes remaining here. First period, 3-0 Lancers.
So Waterford's in a little sloughed off ride, letting the first couple of passes happen, and it looks like they're trying to trap the ball into the sideline over there by the box side.
Here's Ellen Tenney taking contact, and a great job by Waterford pushing him off. Bertelli wouldn't give him any room, along with Liam Pickett. Pickett, long stick, long body. So, I am not a lacrosse expert. I think we can all agree on that. But I do know how to win in sports. And that is, when I have a star, I need to get my star the ball, because either my star will make plays or should draw enough attention so that someone else can make plays. So if I'm Stonington and I've got a kid like Ellen Tenney, don't I have to get him the ball as often as I can so that either he can make a play or they can focus on him and someone else can make a play?
Well, they actually have, but they don't really right now. They're not displaying an offensive plan of movement and cutters to get at this zone. So if it's going to be a one-man show, then Ellen Tenney is going to be in for a long day.
So Castagliolo just took one right off the ankle on a ripped shot from C.J. Landry. So the Alex Castagliolo is going to head to the bench. They're going to tend to his ankle. Ouch is all I'm going to say. For those, if you're wondering, ouch.
And I've got a 3-letter word. It's called ice.
Yeah. Except right now he wants to get back in this game. So with 16 seconds remaining in the period, take him out, get him looked at, because Landry can bring it.
Well, CJ's got a lot of leverage. He's got that sweet spot where he likes to shoot from. He's already showed you off of that low right porch. Nice to see a nice crowd out here at Montville High, by the way. It's a really nice night, crisp. It's got a good vibe as we're heading into Memorial Day weekend, and it's just good to see folks out enjoying and just cheering for their teams.
I couldn't agree with you more. It is a beautiful, beautiful night. Perfect temperature, good crowd, good event. You're absolutely right. Looking forward to the weekend, the official start of summer. Schools are all heading into June. And that'll take us to the end of the first period. We're after one. It's 3-0. Waterford on top. We're about ready to head to the second quarter. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
At The Day, our journalists are in your community, talking with business owners, attending town meetings, analyzing data, talking to government leaders, reporting on the issues that matter most to you. Since 1881, we have been serving our community and will continue to do so 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Never miss a day of news. Enjoy convenient home delivery right to your doorstep, 7 days a week. Subscribe at theday.com/membership.
Back here, second quarter action about to start at Montville High School. The 2022 ECC Boys Lacrosse Championship. 3-0 Waterford over Stonington here in the early going. And so matchups matter and styles of play matter. I'm trying to figure out right now how Stonington orchestrated an 11-10 upset
over East Lyme in the semifinal. Not that they're not, because I'm wondering, what about that matchup? What did East Lyme do, or more to the point, what did Stonington to degenerate 11 goals? Because right now we're not seeing a lot of offensive movement against this Waterford zone. So the question I ask is, what is East Lyme's style of play that allowed, Stonington to have a success against it, especially when earlier in the year they lost 16-5 to that same East Lyme team?
Well, first and foremost, East Lyme's playing some man defense, and it's letting a kid like Ellen Tenney run. So if he can run and compress the defense, then he can either be a shooter or a feeder. Right now, the Waterford defense is sitting there, and he's got to go at them. They're waiting for him. And no one's assigned a guy, so they're all assigned a space, and they're doing a nice job of crowding the space. So Ellen Tenney's athleticism right now is sort of completely neutralized.
Looking at playmakers, I'm going to make an equation to your son when he was at Waterford with Caleb Holdridge. And one of the things that I liked about their chemistry with each other was when teams would look to take Holdridge out of the game, they'd get the ball out of Holdridge's hands into Laforte's hands and let Caleb hit spots, and he became a facilitator. If you had Ellen Tenney against this Waterford zone, is he better with the ball in his hands, or is he better trying to get into space and receive a pass?
If they have the system and the acuity, he might be better off ball as the second pass kind of guy versus what's going on right now. It looks to me like the lefty Massengal can also feed. So that's a nice combination, and we'll see maybe if they start to hit upon that.
Run in front, shot just wide by Stringer.
You just mentioned Caleb Holdridge. We got news today at Coast Guard that he was named All-American. Honorable mention All-American. It's the second time. He wound up this year as the 11th highest points per game guy in Division III.
Wow.
Michael Laforte, same team on the Waterford team a couple of years ago, wound up the number 18 guy in the nation in assists per game. So you got a nice combination of guys, and really you only need two, right, to facilitate, to move it back and forth. I actually think Stonington has enough guys if they can move the ball quicker.
Here's Ellen Tenney. And I would say move before Waterford can set that up. Shot, Kozlowski, stout.
So this possession's going to end before it even starts.
Going back to those two names, and that's exactly what I was talking about, which is that, Caleb was such a great goal scorer, but Michael got very comfortable being a distributor, and he racked up assists in part because he knew how to make passes in the right, put Caleb in spots to score goals, and not just Caleb. There's other guys on that team that were the beneficiary of a lot of Laforte assists. That's what I'm looking here tonight with Ellen Tenney. Is it get the ball into Massengale's hands and let him find Ellen Tenney, or is it we have to let Ellen Tenney work the ball? Because right now I just don't see a lot of movement against this zone. And in any sport, when a team's playing a zone, you have to find open spots, and you have to move. Either move the ball or get people into space.
Well, to beat this, it's all about assisted goals. So that's where this thing starts. Can they buzz the ball around quick enough to get the Waterford kids to turn their head and miss a back cut?
Ellen Tenney makes a run, fakes a shot, and takes it back out. And there's that zone. Again, very difficult to do one-on-one against the zone. Very methodical, 3-0 Waterford. 9 and change here remaining in the second period. C.J. Landry has a couple goals for Waterford. Jay Kozlowski's been a stalwart in goal. And a turnover, and Waterford will set up. Kozlowski will transition Waterford out of the goal. Long pass, it goes to Stringer. And a steal. Ellen Tenney has some room in front. Well defended. And Waterford doesn't skip a beat. Low shot, save, Kozlowski.
Flynn went low, and Kozlowski was there.
So now Stonington's a little panicked to get off a shot before the whole thing sets up. So the last two possessions have sort of expired in, 45 seconds, 30 seconds.
There's the very quick Busquet. Long stick midi, Jackson Hayes. Stonington banging Busquet, and he'll come out of the game. And Landry, he's going to want to reverse to the other side. There he goes. That's where he likes to shoot from instead. Pass in the middle, and a deflected shot from Silva. And now Timothy Silva, check that. Zimmerman comes in. Zimmerman rips a shot high, and it'll be Stonington ball.
Zimmerman there is marked by Ethan Mahoney from Stonington, who did a nice job turning Zimmerman's dodge down one side. He wasn't really able to counter back.
There goes Jake Flynn. Flynn, Elenteni, fake, and shutting it off right away was Landry. Elenteni goes low, and Kozlowski goes lower. Save by Kozlowski. Flynn, wide. It'll stay with Stonington. Okay, as a layperson, I am very impressed with Jake Kozlowski. Very solid. Tracks the ball well, stout, athletic, good keeper.
And has made a couple of nice outlet passes off of saves.
I'm going to share with you in a moment what the player of the game in Game 1, Gianna Franco, said off the question I asked her as a keeper. And I think you'll be pleasantly surprised with her answer to what she works on as a keeper that the average person wouldn't.
I'll bet she juggles. They all juggle.
The talented keeper, the skills we don't know about.
They all juggle. They all play wall ball. It's everything I hand. So give me it. What is it?
Because I mentioned the long outlet pass that you mentioned, that she made 40 yards in stride, and I said, is that something you work on? And if not, there's Flynn, and a penalty, and it goes wide. She said, that's actually not something I work on because that's what we call a special clear. That's unusual. She's like, the thing I work on that most people wouldn't think about is mental toughness. She says, as a keeper, you're going to let in goals. It's going to happen, and if you can't rebound and be there for your teammates immediately, you have to let it go and get right back into the next one. So, I work on how do you manage your mental state throughout the course of a game. That's more important to me than any of the physical things I work on. I love that answer. And there is the first goal of the game, a nifty move. Nate Hoyne puts Stonington on the board. He snuck one through the 5-hole of Kozlowski with 5:57. It's 3-1 Waterford.
I don't think the Waterford defense thought he was going to attack the cage there. I think he gave them the impression he was going to distribute the ball back to the perimeter. It was a nice sneaky play that probably had Waterford on its heels, not anticipating a shot.
If there's such a thing as caught them napping, that was it. That's the closest thing to catching them napping. They kind of weren't, you're right, they weren't looking for that. And I think Kozlowski, more than anything, was shocked that he was right on the cage. So 3-1 and a very necessary goal for Stonington to keep them in this thing. Now going the other direction is Stringer for Waterford. To Busquet. Now Zimmerman. Waterford will get back into their attack. There's Landry up high. They're going to get the ball to Landry. He's got 2 of the 3 Waterford goals. Remember we talked about that period of time where things sort of settle in a little bit? I think right now, nice move, shot, and a goal! Jackson Huda
Huda with a strong face dodge
Number 10.
in the left alley.
Huda.
You know, displayed, showed the ball right-handed, tucked it back into his left, and then it came back underneath right-handed to gain a better angle with a low-to-low shot. Very, very well done.
And I was just about to say, it felt like right before that goal that things had sort of settled into this sort of back-and-forth rhythm where both teams were sort of had kind of figured out what the other's trying to do, and now we get back-to-back goals. Maybe we're about to heat up. Here's Ellen Tenney with a space in front, and he's boxed out nicely. Good job, Waterford defense. Bars pushed him away.
When Ellen Tenney sees the film, he's going to regret not shooting as soon as that ball hit his strings.
Ellen Tenney, quick, rip. Did he get it through or side net? Side net save, Kozlowski. Yeah, if I'm Ellen Tenney, that gap is right when I catch it. After that, that gap's going to close immediately. If I'm not going to rip it right away, taking 2 extra steps isn't going to get me clear. Nice transition, Lancers. Mahoney, and here comes Landry. Zimmerman, rather. Now Landry. Landry taking his time, letting Waterford get their players into the position. Terrence Silva setting up in the middle. He jumps back up on high, and behind the net he'll go to Trevor Stringer. Trevor Stringer, the junior, behind the net for Waterford, trying to make a little move on Flynn. And it sneaks past Landry. Can he get there in time? No, it'll go out of bounds, and it'll be Stonington ball.
So Trevor Stringer guarded behind the cage by number 10, the short stick D-Midi, Jake Flynn. I'm curious to see if that matchup appears again, because that was the first time we had a short stick D-Midi guarding an attackman from Stonington.
3.5 minutes remaining here in the second period. 4-1, Waterford on top in your 2022 ECC Boys Lacrosse Championship. Congratulations to Brian McGugan and the Fitch High School Falcons. They are the ECC Boys Baseball Champions. A 10-0 5-inning shortened game win over Woodstock Academy. Congratulations to the Fitch Falcons on an ECC championship in baseball. Tonight is championship night. They moved baseball back a day because of the weather. So you got baseball, softball, and 2 lacrosse games. So it is championship night here in the ECC. Good defense in front, hounding Simeo. And he's a big guy, and they moved him off. He was on the 20, and they moved him.
You know, he took that feed right-handed, and it didn't present the opportunity to shoot because he was in a space where people were on the right side of his stick.
Stonington, again, very deliberate. 2 minutes and change remaining here in the second period. Simeo, Massengale, moving it around. Now Simeo. Nice tip. Waterford got a stick on it. Mahoney now. Ellen Tenney. And a stick again. Waterford, that zone, doing a real nice job defensively. Flynn maintains possession for Stonington. And Kozlowski with another save, and he's there in time, and he picks it up. 1:35 remaining. And a timeout.
Yep, Coach Dion got a timeout.
1:36 remaining, 4-1 Waterford. Timeout on the field. And so we've got 2 champions tonight. We've got the East Lyme girls lacrosse and the Fitch High School baseball. There's also Waterford was playing in the championship game against Ledyard at Griswold. Was that correct?
Waterford leads 4-0 in the fourth.
4-0. Matty Burrows led that game off with a home run on the first pitch of the game. The Villanova-bound Burrows. Some star power in the championship game softball. So right now, 4-0 Waterford. It's Waterford leading here in boys lacrosse, and then of course, we just mentioned Fitch, and it's the baseball champion. So championship night in the ECC, and the games are starting to come in, and great crowd here at Montville High School. Where else would you want to be on a beautiful Thursday night? The colleges are all wrapped up and heading home, and Memorial Day's kicking off summer. And for someone like Caleb Holdridge or Michael LaForte, or Mason LaForte, what happens in the summer?
I actually talked to Caleb today. He's down in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. He's at pre-flight school training, and he has aspirations to be a pilot.
Does he want to be Maverick or Iceman?
Coast Guard flies helicopters.
Oh, so. Well, he could still be Maverick or Iceman in a helicopter, can he? They don't fly. That's right. Coast Guard is a rescue helicopter guy, or a fast. Helicopters are pretty cool still.
And,
not jets, but we're all right.
So Mason LaForte today is down in West Palm Beach at a small boat station, where the boat sizes range from 47 feet to 33 feet.
Okay.
Getting a bunch of qualifications in the next 5 weeks. Waterford resident Kyle Jacobson.
Yes.
Today is on the Bark Eagle, somewhere in the Caribbean.
That's not a bad gig.
Depending on what the dinner is on Eagle, it's okay.
Here comes Mahoney for Stonington, and a beautiful step in. Dominic Hedge stepped into the pass for Waterford, and now Waterford comes out of the pack, and we're going to get a late whistle here. But Hedge, the long stick, we'll get another timeout. Or is that the end? No, 40 seconds left, so another timeout. Explain to me, because this is something I really don't know. What's the purposes of a timeout? What would be the purpose of a timeout at a time like this? Is it personnel change to try to get a last, set in with 40 seconds left?
Well, I think in the last 2 timeouts, Coach Dion's thinking, I got my goalie out of the cage, and he's got the ball. A turnover with my goalie out of the cage can be ugly. In the next scenario here, Hedge is carrying the ball down off this right alley, but he's got a guy checking him at his back, and he's getting ready to turn the ball over. You don't know. So I'd rather take the timeout right now, have none left, not save any, and now I get to restart the ball over here on the 40-yard line by the numbers, and I can restart the play with whoever I want to have in the ball in his stick. So all of a sudden, is C.J. Landry now going to have the ball in his stick? That would be a thing. You'd do that. The score is only 4-1. Why do you want to give him a cheapie with 40 seconds to go? I'm burning my timeouts now, too.
All right, well, let's find out what
let's
Coach
see.
Dion's going to come out of this with.
And whoa.
C.J. Landry.
Bang.
Listen. Not that you don't know what you're talking about, but I think the Landry thing is interesting to me because of this right here. When he go on a run and he rips a shot high. I would have guessed Landry as well, only because I'm thinking he's so physical and so, getting him in some space and get a shot off. They get one last crack right in front. Ball tipped, ball loose. It was Stone with a point-blank chance. And there goes Landry with that space. Nice pass in front, but it couldn't connect with Busquet. Down under 10 seconds remaining. Stringer up top. There's Landry. Last chance. Shot. And a goal at the buzzer. Does it count? Yes! C.J. Landry as the clock strikes 0. Puts Waterford up top. Another goal right at the buzzer at the end of the second period. It counts.
Now, inside of 40 seconds, with a timeout taken, you're thinking, okay, so we're not going to let C.J. Landry get off one shot. He actually got off 3 right there in a 40-second space. So, the score's 5-1 going into half. Regroup and see if you can gain some momentum, but don't let 25 shoot anymore.
No, you got to do something about that. 5-1 and Landry with a dagger right there at the end of the second period. So we're at halftime of the 2022 ECC Boys Championship. Your Lancers are on top 5-1. We'll be back right after these messages. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
The earliest thing I can remember is my first wrestling tournament. At my first wrestling tournament, the first ever match I had, I won by pin, and that's the earliest thing I can remember. I was in 4th grade. It felt really good to, just be starting out on something and at least think that you're good at it the first match that you have. Having my hand raised after winning the state open title, that was, as soon as I started wrestling, I went to high school matches and I watched other people that were older than me, and I always wanted to win a state open title, and when I did that, it felt amazing. It was like nothing else. I strive to be good in the classroom as well, and I think that I'm going to be a Ledger Scholar this year, so I think that I'm pretty good at that as well and keeping up good grades. Favorite class? I liked sciences, chemistry in particular. Basketball. The year before I started wrestling, I did 1 year of basketball, and I'm not the tallest kid, so that didn't do any favors, but I was not good dribbling the ball, shooting it, nothing about it I was good at. So then I tried wrestling out the next year, and that's what clicked for me. I don't know, maybe like Connor chicken or something. I don't know, I like chicken because, wrestlers, you got to keep our weight down, so that's one of my favorites to go to is just chicken, I guess. So maybe Chick-fil-A, get a little sponsorship there. Next year, I'm going to college to wrestle at WPI, so that'll be a good experience.
Do you know what you're going to study?
Yeah, chemistry.
In Stonington, there's the Como. I used to always play there when I was younger. Probably even younger, when I was like 4, I would watch my brothers play there. Growing up with everybody. Most of my friends I have now. Winning the game at Mohegan, definitely. I'll always remember that. The bus ride back, yeah. It was just good energy. Everybody's happy. I can rap. Yeah, I'm good at rapping. Mr. Moore helps me with everything. It's definitely my favorite teacher. It would be barbecue chicken with some macaroni and cheese, some beans, some cornbread, some greens. I haven't decided yet, but I'm looking at a couple of colleges. I'm looking to pursue basketball still, and I'm not really sure on the major yet.
The earliest thing I remember is relatively late night practices for like a 6-year-old. We would go down and we'd use about a third of the ice. I was always falling over, and I remember not really wanting to be there a lot of the time, and sometimes my dad even had to bribe me to go to Toys R Us after practice sometimes. This season, definitely winning our conference championship. We were 5-3 in our conference that year, and the team that we were playing is 8-0. They beat us 2 previous times that season, and I just remember during that huddle before the game, just knowing that, like, regardless of what happened that night, we all wanted to make sure that we left everything on the ice, and we knew that if we played aggressive and got one early, then things would start to fall in place, and that's pretty much what happened. We were able to come out with a victory. I love science. I'm big in both biology and anatomy. I've always been passionate about like science in general, but more specifically anatomy and biology. And I felt like throughout my early childhood through high school, I've always had science teachers specifically that I've made a real connection with, and they've helped to push that passion for science. Yeah, definitely. Soccer, for one. I played soccer my entire life up until freshman year, where I made the freshman soccer team, but I didn't see a minute until probably halfway through the season and started one game. And it really taught me that, like, if things aren't coming naturally to me, like, it's something that you really need to put time and energy into if you want to see results or you want to see playing time and stuff like that. And probably Locally in like East Lyme or Niantic, probably Vincent Torri's pepperoni pizza. I love their pepperoni pizza. That'd be pretty sweet. Right now, I plan on attending Western New England in Springfield, Mass. It's where my dad went to school, and I also felt a really strong connection to it this past year and last year, visiting multiple times, and I'm also going to be playing lacrosse there.
I was 7 years old, and I just watched Michael Phelps in the Olympics in 2012, and I was really interested in it. So after that, I had my parents sign me up for the Westerly Dolphins in Westerly, Rhode Island at the Y, and I just kind of started swimming from there. I had played a bunch of sports when I was a little kid, like before I started swimming, and after I started swimming, I just kind of fell in love with it. I liked how, well, first of all, I really liked how you don't have to sweat, so that's something nice about it. But I like the competitiveness, I like racing, and I like the water. Baseball, I did like t-ball when I was a kid. I was like one of the kids who was like just out in the field, just not really paying attention. I enjoyed it, but I didn't enjoy any sports really until I started swimming. Well, I'm a co-op from Fitch, so we won our ECC championship this year, and that was probably the best memory I'll have for years. In swimming. It's the best memory I've ever had in the sport. So I swim for the Fitch Falcons, and we are a co-op that consists of 4 schools: Stonington, Wheeler, Ledyard, and Fitch. So the fact that all the schools kind of come together and we all get to know each other from these different areas, I would never have gotten to know the guys that I swim with unless I swim on a co-op, so I really like the co-op experience. I'm a big history guy, history and English. I like to write, and that's kind of been like my biggest skill, I think, in academics anyway. Probably I like Mystic Pizza, and definitely the buffalo chicken pizza there. That's the best thing they have there. I hope to commit to a college for swimming. I've been looking at that, a bunch of different schools, and I will continue to do so. Academically, I want to get into a good college, so I want to finish with some good grades next year. And swimming-wise, outside of college, I want to go All-American in an individual event. The 100 free, really, is what I want to do. I also hope that we can maybe win ECCs again next year. We lost a lot of people this year, but I think that we have the numbers and the talent, and people are improving a lot. So if we could win that next year, my senior year, that'd be really something.
Having it be my senior year and being more relaxed, like more of the fun side opposed to the I need this, this, and this to get me to the next step. It was kind of just going out and thinking it could be my last meet every single time. So that was a little different. There's definitely a lot of challenges because that's not a lot, you need a lot of confidence in sport, and most team sports have people to hype you up and make you feel more confident and comfortable. So for most of the meets, it was actually ended up being just me. So that's I have to bring my own confidence and I have to kind of cheer myself on. So it was nice to have one other person cheering for me. So it was definitely kind of a struggle opposed to having more people. My favorite teacher is probably my chemistry teacher that I had last year. Mr. Harfinist, he used to coach the boys cross country at East Lyme. He kind of made me more confident in my learning, and he was very encouraging and very helpful. He's kind of just a nice teacher. When I was 13, I quit gymnastics for a little bit because it got exhausting, and I tried volleyball and lacrosse, and I wasn't nearly as good as either of them. So I ended up in high school quitting. I tried running too, like my brother Chris, because he was so good at it that I could be too. No, cross country was not my thing at all. Chili's, because I love Chili's. Oh God, the dish. I'm kind of a pizza lover, so probably a cool pizza after me. Maybe throw some mac and cheese or something in there. I'm gonna go to Central Connecticut State University, and I'm gonna try to be a teacher.
Any sports in the future for you?
Right now, I don't think so. I kind of need to let my body heal. So right now, that's going to be a no, but you never know. I might try something new.
At The Day, our journalists are in your community, talking with business owners, attending town meetings, analyzing data, talking to government leaders, reporting on the issues that matter most to you. Since 1881, we have been serving our community and will continue to do so 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Never miss a day of news. Enjoy convenient home delivery right to your doorstep, 7 days a week. Subscribe at theday.com/membership.
Second half action about to come your way in the 2022 ECC Boys Lacrosse Final. The number 2 seeded Waterford High School Lancers with a 5-1 lead over the Stonington High School Bears in a first half that really saw the emergence of CJ Landry, the freshman at Waterford, and the incredible senior goalkeeping of Jake Kozlowski, and Stonington stifled up till this point. You're watching it all live on game day. Casey O'Neill and the coach Ray Lafort, and I have to say, very impressed with Landry. I can see he's limited still. You know, he's got us, like you said, the sweet spot. If you can keep him off that comfortable area, he's less effective. But a physical presence already as a freshman, and Kozlowski is just fabulous. And Waterford has done a great job with that zone at really minimizing Ellen Tenney's touches for Stonington. And really, Stonington has not figured out a good approach to attacking.
And I'm going to add a third thing I'm impressed with. Whoever put the playlist together here at Montville High School and all that Journey. What's going on with that?
Journey has become like well, you got to remember, everybody who's putting these things together are all parents like us. And that's the go-to motivational soundtrack of our youth right there. So Peter Wappy and I were talking in the pregame that the Montville soundtrack we thought may have been an identical replica to the one we heard 2 years ago, but in fact it is not. They have added a couple of modern songs, but you can't go wrong with Steve Perry.
No.
Waterford, here comes Stringer. Landry. Back up top, the lights are on, the night is here. Zimmerman, Stringer, and Landry.
This is catching me off guard, but I don't recall the Stonington penalty. But Stonington has started this half man down.
And long stick.
Great hustle by the Waterford attacker, Bosquet.
And Brady Mullen did a great job for Stonington. The long stick really battling through that penalty. And now Stonington making a little run. Here comes Men Massengale. And back up top, Stonington will reset. 11 minutes remaining here in period number 3. 5-1 Waterford on top.
So Stonington kills the penalty. Waterford gets off one shot in the man up, and now we are back to even at 6-6.
Let's see what Stonington does here to attack the zone here in the second half. And they obviously had to have a discussion at halftime about approach. Right away.
More movement.
Right away, right. We saw Simeo cutting, which we did not see much of in the first half. Right down the middle, came on the cut. Pass was there, but you're going to see already that there's more movement. That's exactly right. Kozlowski, dancing feet for the goalkeeper. High in the air, turnover. Who's going to come down with it? Lancers. And here comes Landry. Long strides. Looks for his spot. Has room. In front. And a turnover the other direction. Comes Mahoney. Long pass, it goes to Hughes.
This could be Stonington's best chance, as Landry is about 100 yards behind the ball right now. But they're not going to get off a shot 6v5 before Landry recovers.
So let's see that set. There's Ellen Tenney now. No movement. Where's the cutter? Simeo turns, rips, and Kozlowski with the save. How about Ellen Tenney as the cutter?
Well, that's what I was getting at earlier in the game. He might be better as the off-ball guy because of his catch-shoot ability. But they're not showing you right now another person that's going to feed.
And I think you had it right that Massengale appears to be the guy that, had that skill set we saw in the first half, but not up till this point. So remains 5-1 Waterford, 9 minutes remaining in the third period. Behind the net with Stringer. Whistle, Stonington ball. Middle of the field goes Flynn. Now settling into their spots. Ellen Tenney comes back on the top. Now, we haven't seen him up here a whole lot, except when he makes that individual run.
They're not going to like him in the high middle because the Waterford defense has the long stick midi in the very middle, and it's going to extend out on him. It's going to push him out to 14 to 16 yards. It's not going to be an advantageous space for him.
Trying to find the cutter, and another great job by the Waterford defense getting a stick on it. There was a chance that time. Stonington had a shot with Flynn, but they retained possession. Ellen Tenney. Now, we haven't seen this either. He's going behind the net, which we haven't seen from him much. Finds Massengale, and he rips the shot wide left.
That is an answer to get off a quality shot because Massengale can catch and shoot pretty quick. At this point in time, I would come back to that again. And it doesn't have to be Ellen Tenney making that dodge.
Ellen Tenney passes up top to Flynn. In the middle, and there's a quality shot that time. I enjoy that. Mahoney had a look in the middle. I think that's a good look, too.
So that's a little shot underneath the first layer of the zone in that 10, 9-yard kind of dead space. So here it is again. It opens up again. That stick is free for about 2 steps.
Massengale. Back in the middle to Flynn.
You know, as a coach, especially on offense, offensive coaching is all about rhythm. And right now, Stonington doesn't have a lot of rhythm.
Better ball movement, good shot by Flynn, but Kozlowski saw it the whole way. And you're right, not a lot of rhythm. And here comes Waterford immediately in the other direction on the attack. Zimmerman waiting for Landry, and there's Zimmerman. And he'll give it back up to Landry, and Waterford will reset. Huda, number 10 for the Lancers. 5-1 lead, 6 minutes remaining here in period 3.
So I think that the Stonington long pole here, I think he needs to get out on Landry higher. I don't think they want to let him get to 14 yards.
Waterford looking to jump on Stonington here in the second half. It's been a little quiet here in the third period.
Right now, does Waterford really care if it's quiet in the third period?
Not at all.
They really have to do nothing.
Yeah, they'll take this 5-1 going. They'll take 5-1 going into the fourth period. Here comes a run going the other direction now. Flynn showing great speed. Flynn finds Ellen Tenney, makes a move, comes to goal, and a beautiful save. That was the best opportunity for Stonington on a break. They had a chance there. Man advantage. Ellen Tenney stoned. Move in front, and a tipped ball. Almost went in off a Huda. Went off of a Stonington Bear, but it went high. Waterford will attain.
You're starting to get to that time frame of the game, or approaching about 16 minutes left, where I think Stonington's going to have to come out and pressure a little bit more and force. I think they have to stay with this, and I think this adjacent pass right here where Waterford Zimmerman is an easy ball, easy feed. I think they need to shut that off and just sort of step out on this.
Landry bounced off of the hit, by the way, as if it was, a mosquito trying to go after him. It's one thing to play physical, but it's another thing to execute. He's a tough guy to keep away from the net when he makes a run. Here comes Zimmerman.
Good defense by Stonington, but Zimmerman retains, takes a shot, and a nice save by Banfield. One of the better saves we've seen from the Stonington keeper. Good transition through the middle now. Mahoney. Simeo. Now Ellen Tenney. And we'll see if Stonington. Now, where are the soft spots? If you were coaching this Stonington offense, where are the soft spots in this zone? How would you approach it?
Well, sometimes the soft spots are, well, you got to create some floods. If you want to be a shooting team against this, you got to create more people on a surface than they have defenders. So the soft spot becomes this little seam between the high corner and the low corner. There's a little space where you can present a third shooter in that space. That's not been exposed.
Oh, beautiful pass.
The next soft spot was just exposed. It generally is a diagonal feed when the defense is tilting right and left and they're sort of sliding their zones. You can get them in the beginning or the end of the adjustment of that, and that's where they found that stick. That's the first time they found a shooter inside of 5 yards with a clean stick. Hard to do. They might not get that look again, but they got it that time.
Yeah, and Ethan Mahoney, the sophomore who scored the goal, was a great feed from Ellen Tenney. So that was exactly right. Good cut, good flow, and that was a diagonal we hadn't seen yet. Get Stonington back in at 5-2. And similar in basketball, right, when you overload one side of a zone and create, and diagonals always work, especially reverse, and that was a great job that time. Ellen Tenney found Mahoney, and he didn't miss. That's a beautiful shot, too, against a very good keeper. Let's see if Stonington tries to recreate that. I do think they had some success from behind the cage as well.
Yep, and now they've moved number 13, Tyler Simeo out behind the cage, and maybe he's a big body, so maybe he's going to be a pipe cut kind of thing. But this dodging through multiple sticks, you can see as they go across the front, you know, he's dodging through 2 and 3 stick checks. It's not going to last. It's not going to hold up. Once again, I'm very impressed with the lefty shooter, Massengill.
Well, to say Massengill, yeah, he has a good shot. And, you know, that was how they found him. And there was Simeo being very physical with him behind the cage. Coming out of it is Hoyne. There's Simeo. What a beautiful pass. Hoyne to Simeo. Goal. And just like that, 5-3 as Stonington cuts into the lead.
You know, so we talked earlier, you know, to beat this zone, you have to have assisted goals. You've got to redirect the goalie, make a move from pipe to pipe with an assisted goal, right? So the last 2 goals, the shots aren't any further out than 3 yards, but they're assisted goals, and it's getting the goalie from one side of the pipe, breaking back to the other to cover up.
A big face-off win that time by Waterford. Quiles got the win, and they're going to play it through with Kozlowski. Long outlet in stride. Beautifully done to Huda. Check that. That's Griffin Neal. Griffin Neal from the long outlet pass from Kozlowski, and he'll give it up to Zimmerman.
You know, so sometimes, you know, good goalies stop shots, but outstanding goalies make that pass. That was a 55-yard pass on a dime to a target breaking. It was not a stationary target. All that stuff, high level.
Closest that Stonington's been since 2-0. It's 5-3. And a save, Banfield. Beautiful job, Banfield. Zimmerman ripped, and Banfield was right there. He has stepped up and made a couple big saves here in the third period. Under a minute. Transition, other direction now. Comes Hoyne. And as we click down under 40 seconds, I'm going to say, how big was the Landry goal right at the end of the half? We'd be in a 1-goal game right now.
It was enormous. Well, first of all, who wants to give up a goal with 30 seconds left in a half? No one. But it was a momentum kind of goal, too.
Numbers for Waterford. Huda to Zimmerman.
10 seconds to go.
A white sub.
So Waterford's offsides, leaving Stonington with 5 seconds to get one quick shot off before the third quarter expires.
Massengale gives it up in the middle, checked, and it's going to go to the end of the period. We are at the end of 3. We got ourselves a ball game. 5-3, Waterford on top. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
At The Day, our journalists are in your community, talking with business owners, attending town meetings, analyzing data, talking to government leaders, reporting on the issues that matter most to you. Since 1881, we have been serving our community and will continue to do so 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Never miss a day of news. Enjoy convenient home delivery right to your doorstep, 7 days a week. Subscribe at theday.com/membership.
Well, right now, Waterford coach Paul Dion has right now, if I'm him, I'm saying, guys, that was an uninspired third quarter, but we've got a lead going into the fourth quarter. This is what we need to do to win this game. Now you're him. What is the message? What is it that you need to do to win this game? How do you finish a 2-goal lead?
Well, first and foremost, you still have to attack on offense, okay? You got to attack on O, and you got to do it right. You can't go early. I thought number 12, the Zimmerman shot, was too early in the last possession. I think there has to be a little more C.J. Landry, right?
Yeah.
I like this number 10, Jackson Huda, down this left alley with this face dodge. He's good at it. From Stonington, I liked moving number 13, Tyler Simoneo. I like moving him to X. He proved to be a big target in front of the cage to get a nice little dunk. I still like Massengale shooting off this low right porch. He gets the ball out very quick. I'll be honest with you, Massengale shoots as good as some of the shooters we defended this year at Coast Guard Academy. Only because, and I say it because he gets the ball out of his stick so fast. It doesn't sit there. So I'm impressed with that. And you still really haven't seen Ellen Tenney really get a rhythm. So right now, if you're Waterford, you're really thinking you're doing great on him.
Yes. And this next goal will be immense because it will be the difference in a 1-goal game or a 3-goal game. The huge swing of who gets the next goal. If Stonington can make it a 1-goal game, Waterford, I think, for the first time, will start to feel a little bit of urgency. And if Waterford can make it a 3-goal game. So there's a question I have for you. Can a keeper score?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
And I got to tell you, half the referees I've seen this year would have called that right there, what Kozlowski did. They would have called that a shot, and Waterford would have retained possession. I'm sure Coach Dion right now is going to be talking to the refs at the next stoppage, saying, "Hey, that was a shot," because there's no reason Kozlowski would never throw it away that early.
No, he went right at he went right down the middle, almost in the air. I mean, that was a remarkable throw, by the way. What's that, an 80-yard throw? All right, Ellen Tenney. See what Stonington comes up with on this possession. There's Flynn, and they have Simeo back behind the cage. So that's definitely the look they like. Massengale on that spot where he gets that shot off. Big Simeo behind the cage. He's got the long stick on him. In front, ripped shot. Oh, what a save by Kozlowski. Mahoney had a great look, great pass. Much better shots by the Bears, but Kozlowski right there for the save. Uncharacteristic turnover by Waterford in the midfield. Here comes Stonington in the other direction.
So Stonington's going to get a second crack at this. You know, they've had a nice crease feed for the last shot, which was at about 8 yards, and the shot went low to low. They have not gone high to high over Kozlowski in a while. Again, another bouncer. You know, at this stage, you want to say, can we hitch and make Kozlowski drop a little and then go over his shoulder with the ball?
Yeah, Simeo went down low again, like you said, on the bounce, and I think that's a great call. You know, and this is where if I could get Ellen Tenney, that's the guy I'd like to do it, even if he doesn't score. Right here with a step, and when he gets that one step, I'd like to let him fly one and see what happens up top. If you can get him in that spot, it seems like he's destined to be a distributor when they run their plays from behind the cage, which is fine.
As long as it keeps producing a feed to a shot at 8 yards, you'll live with that.
Yes.
You see, right now, Mahoney is hovering on the crease. He's at a little bit of a higher crease. So right now, Mahoney's stick is free again. Right now, there it was. So they're about a step late finding that stick. But his stick is free at that 8-yard space.
Kozlowski starts the transition. Waterford will transition it. And a turnover. Now the direction for Stonington. Here comes Mahoney. And he'll bring it out. And there's Simeo up top, and see what Stonington comes up with. There's Hoyne behind the net. Cage passed over, it goes to Flynn. 8.5 minutes remaining.
So Stonington can carry the ball a little bit and try to stretch these defenders to have to play 2 in the zone. Okay? So now they have everyone low, and they have a low crease and a high crease. They've basically gone to a 1-4-1.
Oh, Ellen Tenney, point blank fired, and Kozlowski
Smothered
goes low.
Low to low.
And there's again, I think Kozlowski's outstanding going to the ground. I agree with you. I think you got to show him a different look. But that's a goal scorer and a goal stopper going one-on-one. No whistle. Here comes Flynn. They got numbers.
Nice job on the turnover by Waterford to hustle back in, form up at the hub, and then filter back up, and they're right back in their defense again, and the thing's settled for them.
Yeah, Aiden Busquet did a great job that time. Now we're down 7.5 minutes remaining. Stonington's still down 2 goals. At what point do you start to feel urgency that you want to try to get this thing to 1?
You got plenty of time. 7.5 to go. Run your offense. And right now they're getting, again, there's a stick free.
Right in front. Great look. So Mahoney went high.
Now they're starting to get into those spaces that I anticipated they were going to try to get out of the first half. They're hitting a little rhythm with that now, and now they're getting off shots, at the 4 to 8 yard mark.
And what we're seeing is Simeo's size, the angle with which he can distribute is causing some problems. And there they are battling, and Simeo.
This is a big ground ball.
And where's it going to end up? It looks like Stonington's still fighting for it.
This is the big ground. That's a big ground ball.
Coming out of the pack was Dominic Hedge.
That's a big ground ball. At this point in time, in a 5-3 game, in my opinion, Hedge just makes the play of the night.
And Landry sails it high, so not the best possession for Waterford offensively. Pretty quick, and it goes right back to the Bears. Here goes Flynn. Simeo. Mahoney, and now Ellen Tenney.
Sometimes the little things in lacrosse can escape you. Mahoney just takes an easy pass from Simeo, but Mahoney takes the pass right-handed. If he had taken that pass left-handed, then he's actually becoming a shooter. But he takes it right-handed, and he can't get his stick free to get the shot off. And that's, so sometimes you say, well, how'd they score all these goals? Well, it's that stuff. That shot that you didn't even get off, that all of a sudden happened, by in a different space, a different look. So this thing is starting to tighten up a little bit. Even the feed right there from Ellen Tenney off the left pipe produced a shot at 2 yards.
And a penalty. Stonington's going to have an advantage.
So I think this is Stonington's first man-up opportunity of the night. They have Ellen Tenney over here in the top left side. Looks like they have a 3-man surface. Right now they're basically in a 3-3 man-up. Ellen Tenney might step in and shoot right here. If he gets it right back, he can shoot.
There it is. He has a look, goes low, and a save, Kozlowski.
Great job, number 22 on Waterford. Josh Bertelli, Tim Bailey. In the world of lacrosse, we call that eating a shot. He just put his body in front of it. It deflected off his leg. It probably stings like hell.
On a big hit, Ellen Tenney just leveled Stringer and forced a turnover. It'll be Stonington ball. Getting a little contentious here with 5 and change remaining. 5-3 Waterford, 5:17 remaining here in the final period.
So Stonington just taking a little too long right now to get their man up into shape. To me, they've got to get that same shot to Ellen Tenney again that he just took, that that Bailey ate. Get it back to this side.
And a big bounce retained by the Bears. Coyne with it, 4:50 remaining. Here comes the Waterford defender. They're back to full strength. Ellen Tenney, had a chance in front, and Waterford will take possession.
Waterford, nice job, man down, forcing the shots wide and deeper away from the cage. Stonington got off one shot from Ellen Tenney at 8 yards, and then the second shot they got off from Flynn, that was out from about 14 yards and a man up. And from a Waterford perspective, that's what you want. From a Stonington perspective, you just want to get a little tighter and get that thing into 12 and 11, 10 yards.
And how about the outlet pass from Kozlowski to Landry, 50 yards, and Waterford, getting the ball into your scorer's hands like that is a huge weapon for Waterford. And here they go. They have not had a good offensive set in quite some time. Ripped shot. And Banfield made the save, didn't know where it was.
Now, I am sure Waterford was not anticipating or wanting to shoot at that stage in the set.
3.5 minutes remaining. Stonington needs a goal. And we're going to get a timeout. 3 minutes, 27 seconds remaining. Waterford holding on to a 5-3 lead. Stonington has the ball, and it is going to be a fantastic finish here at Montville High School. Waterford has done nothing offensively in the better part of a half. They scored a goal with Landry at the end of the first half, were almost invisible in the third period, and really have had 2 shots here in the fourth period. I mean, Waterford, the last real offensive, movement or rhythm that we've seen for Waterford was back in the second period.
Yeah, even in the last possession, I thought they shot super early here, probably before they intended to. The momentum, I'm not saying the momentum has changed to Stonington, but Stonington clearly has leveled up on offense to get off better shots. They haven't sunk a bunch of them, but they're better. The game has tightened up. Maybe Waterford's playing a little tight. It's getting a little crunch timey right now. Clearly, though, in the last, 90 seconds, the players we talked about early in the game, Jake Kozlowski's made every save. And he shoots an outlet down the field to C.J. Landry, 45 yards away, who catches it in traffic and retains possession for the Lancers.
What is realistic, and I understand a goal, you can score a goal in, a certain amount of time, but realistically, how much time do you need to score 2 goals? Realistically.
Well, So before you get to answer, you say, well, are you going to win the face-off when you do score? Because high school lacrosse in this region has no shot clock. So really, if you lose the face-off, it could be lights out. So to me, right now you're in the space, 3:27, you can run your offense for the next minute and a half. At the 2-minute mark, I'm getting sweaty because I might not win this next face-off.
Yeah, so even if I score and get it close, I might not have enough time. If I lose the face-off, they can run the clock. So this is a huge possession right here for Stonington. Simeo is up top. Now behind the cage, they're going with Hoyt.
So Stonington right now has no flood. They have no 3-man surface to a 2-man Waterford surface right now. So right now Waterford's sitting pretty because there's really no pressure. Right, all these exchanges behind the cage are going 1 for 1. Everyone's 1 for 1 right now. You know, right now Alan Tenney's 2 for 1. Right, he's dodging into a space. He's over the top of the pole.
2 minutes and 45 seconds. Simeo. They got to find that soft spot. They've had it in the middle with Mahoney a number of times. They're not seemingly sending anybody there.
So Waterford has cleaned up that space. Coach Dion has moved the defenders up a little higher. And the next answer would be the backdoor cut.
Oh, what a pass! There it was. Point in front. What a beautiful goal.
Number 4, Nathan.
You know, so there's a little chess piece going on here. And I know the game, it's a 5-4 lacrosse game. And it feels like, you know, an extra innings baseball game a little bit in terms of scoring. But Waterford covered up that space that Stonington got those shots off of in the last 6 minutes. And now they had that back pipe cut. So now it's back to a game because now they're showing they have both kind of capabilities to get to both spaces.
Yeah, Hune was unbelievable. That was a great cut, great pass. And Hune with the goal. Down to a 1-goal game, 5-4, 2:15 remaining. And Stonington with the turnover. And a timeout.
So Stonington goes timeout. So that right there was the scrum of the night, right? The ball was on the ground, and basically of the 6 players, the 2 Fogos and the 4 wings, almost every one of them had a ball run through their stick right there. So right now, every guy is heading back to his huddle going, oh, my God, the ball was just in my stick and I didn't pick it up. Stonington uses their last timeout, I believe, at 2:10. So this is a tough one because now you've got to go the rest of the game and the kids got to do it on their own, okay? And Coach Dion's not going to call a timeout for you, right, at this stage. So right now, this discussion is not only the mode of the offense right now for the next 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So you got to have a great shot. Then it goes to what's the mode when we turn it over? Are we pressing? Are we 10-man riding? Is the goalie coming out of the cage? Are we going to go a full field press? Where's the pressure going to be? Are we going to try to trap them? Then the next discussion in this timeout's got to be, okay, we've turned it over. There's no face-off. What's the last play? How are we going to finish the game? So to me, this is a real kind of timeout where you have to call on a whole bunch of experiences from the entire season because it's going to unfold in the next 2:10.
Well, the crowd here tonight has been treated to a good one. Waterford jumped out as much as 5-1. We really thought this thing was over, and Stonington has just crept back. 5-2, 5-3, and now 5-4. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Stonington has the ball. Can they get one more crack? Jake Kozlowski, the Waterford goalie, has been fantastic. You can see why he is all that he has been made out to be. Stonington finally having some great looks against this zone, and most have been within 5 yards of the cage. Hune's back behind the cage, and there's Simeo. Mahoney has set up in front. Now Flynn. They got Mahoney in the soft spot, looking for him. There's Ellen Tenney.
So Ellen Tenney's back in the high middle. Mahoney's the high crease.
And we're tied at 5. Oh, boy. Stonington has come all the way back. Ben Massengale, number 23. You loved his shot. Well, it came up big. He's tied us up at 5 with 1:40 remaining. How big is this face-off?
This face-off is for the ECC title, which is pretty cool.
It really is.
What do they call?
Timeout Waterford off the win. Face-off win from Keyless and a timeout Waterford. 1:35 remaining. We're tied at 5. Stonington coming all the way back, chipping away and chipping away. And again, I go back to the moment where with 40 seconds remaining, Waterford called the timeout, got it to Landry, and scored a goal. How much time we had?
So is that going to happen again?
I think you're going to.
Right?
I mean,
they ran Landry on the little circle. He ran the back of the arc. He took the first feed, and then he goes, a high cheddar finisher off of the right pipe, and the ball went wide. They picked it up again. They found him again. So you're going to see one of those kind of set plays. The interesting thing in lacrosse, everyone can X and O a set play. And maybe 40% of the time you get the look and you actually get the shot off in the set play. But the other 6% of the time, the play gets broken. And then either you have to have a secondary play layered in there, or you have to have enough time to ad-lib and see if you can run some offense. So these are always interesting to me, okay?
Well, if I'm Waterford, I'm saying 25 needs to get a shot off no matter what we do. And if I'm Stonington, I'm saying now, 25 cannot be unmolested.
I want to say Massengale right now has now been put on defense. So he's been at attack the majority of the game as the low lefty shooter. And now he's out there on defense. And I think this is interesting because clearly, the Coach Doyle at Stonington is saying, this is one of my best guys. This is an athlete.
Yeah, I need a player. He's a football player.
Right. So he's out there, and right now he is on Bosquet. And, he's almost face guarding him. So they're trying to take a player out of the offense for Waterford.
Zimmerman.
So Zimmerman's a strong righty.
45 seconds remaining when this hit here. Zimmerman spins, gets a look, and shoots it high. And it's going to remain Waterford ball. 40 seconds remaining.
So Landry's off ball. Zimmerman's back on ball. I think that the defenseman at Stonington needs to get out there on Zimmerman and stop the dodge.
There it gets into there. It is Landry. He's going to go that direction. He's looking for a spot. Good defense from the long stick.
22-21.
Zimmerman spins, gets a look, shoots, saved by Banfield. And a turnover. The Bears, 8 seconds. Hune, one last look in front. Gonna have to shoot it. Teddy rips. And a save. Kozlowski at the buzzer. And we're going to overtime. What better way to finish the ECC Lacrosse Championship than a save, a shot, and a save? It's overtime. Let's talk about the overtime rules in ECC boys lacrosse.
I'm under the assumption it's 5 minutes sudden death. I attended a couple of high school girls game and it was 5 minutes sudden death. So that's where I am with this.
We'll see what they put on the clock. They're talking to the captains now. Right. Sudden death. Is there anything better that's named more terrifyingly than sudden death?
Well, in the world of political correctness, right? Soccer calls it golden goal.
Yeah, but that's obnoxious.
This is sudden death.
That's so obnoxious. Though.
Right?
Golden goal's worse. To name it something that's worse. Call it win. I don't care if you call it winning goal. It's first goal wins. I don't care, but that's awful. Golden goal. I love you, soccer, but you got to do better.
I mean, we could call it the finisher.
The finisher. I like that. That sounds like a show.
Well, it sounds like an 80s wrestling move.
Or it does.
Right?
Or
it sounds like Bob Backlund coming down with the finisher.
Or Friday night on CBS, the Rock Stars with Queen Latifah in The Finisher.
Yeah, someone's getting hurt.
They took his family. He takes their lives. The Rock Stars as The Finisher.
And these two bald guys talking about lacrosse. How much better can it get?
Oh, my goodness. As a 50-year-old, sudden death is a whole other meaning for me. Going up that flight of stairs, I'm worried about sudden death.
You better take your cholesterol.
Well, 5 minutes. Queen is playing We Will Rock You. The face-off is ready to go. It's 4 minutes.
So you have Flynn and Bosque here on this wing. These two are going to kill each other for the ball. You got the two long stick middies on the other side. You got the Waterford long stick middie on the Waterford face-off guys draw side. So Keeles wins it clean.
Makes a run.
Good job, Tommy!
And they're going to call a timeout and set it up.
So both teams get one timeout in the overtime. Coach Dion's used his. Coach Doyle's got his in his back pocket.
I think Coach Doyle's hoping to be able to call it. Because that means I don't think he'd call it unless they get possession or, give them one more chance at this. And like you said, if they don't get possession back, then I don't see he's not going to need a timeout. I'd be shocked to see him. I mean, this is going to be, to me, this is going to be Waterford putting their best set out there, whatever it is. Last time we saw them get a good shot, and Banfield made a great save. I think you got to think they're going to try to run something similar. No.
So my questions are real quick. I'd be saying right now. So, is Stonington going to put Flynn back on Waterford's Trevor Stringer behind the cage? Okay. Is that a thing? Then I would use Stringer as a pick behind the cage and let Landry come off that because it's clear of the matchups, right? But you're going to have Landry and Zimmerman high right here.
And the answer is yes.
Right? So to me, Stonington is getting away with a little bit, in lacrosse ease, they're pulling a fast one because they're basically taking a guy out of the game with a short stick D midi. So there are 4 poles.
Landry shoots, it's high. It'll stay with Waterford.
Right, so now Stringer picks it up, and he has an advantageous dodge, but he's been told just to move the ball.
There goes Zimmerman. In front, and he shoots it high. And a nice job by Flynn. Taking the fastball in his stick. Can he get it clear? There goes Flynn using his wheels. And there's the timeout on the Stonington possession, but credit Jake Flynn, A, for catching the fastball behind the cage, and B, for using his wheels to get out of town.
See, to me, I like there to drag Stringer over towards Landry because it's showing you that they don't want a short stick to guard Landry. So you got to use that short stick matchup as like a little roadblock so Landry can get his stick free a little bit again, okay? So it didn't happen. And then Flynn pays his huge dividend. He's like a catcher putting down the sign for a fastball. He just caught a heater on the fly. And not only did he do that, he evaded 4 guys.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, obviously that kid's gassed right now.
Oh, yeah, that's a good time. And that's a great timeout because he's important for them on both sides of the ball.
So the only thing bad about that timeout is they didn't clear the ball and they had an alley to clear it, but Flynn was toast.
Yeah, he needed that break.
So now Ellen Tenney's on the ball now, so they put what they think is their best athlete, and he's just going to split a bunch of guys and try to leg it out, right? That's out.
Wow, Ellen Tenney, good athleticism, makes one more move. Now he spins.
So Waterford's not set up in the zone just yet. So this is the best time Stonington's going to have, and now it settles into the zone.
And Mahoney will take up his spot in the middle. Low shot wide. Kozlowski may have gotten a piece. It may have just been wide. Hune behind the net, behind the cage now. He's got Simeo. Mahoney will set up shop, and then Massengale is going to find his spot behind the cage. Stonington looking much crisper offensively than they have. Trying to get Waterford out of their comfort zone in the zone. Ellen Tenney, Massengale rips, and oh, he ate it. What a great defensive play by, that's Bousquet, and that's going to be a timeout. He ate that one. And he's going, I ain't going anywhere.
Now, I got to tell you, the referee, at his discretion, he didn't have to call that timeout. Because at that point in time, Stonington's at an advantage.
Yeah, and he's angry because he doesn't want to come out of this game, and he's saying, I'm okay. But the officials are going to make him come off.
So this puts Landry up in the top left corner. So that gets you a lot of length. So right now, they're a little longer right now guarding.
Ellen Tenney with a move, a shot, and Kozlowski with a save. Transitions to Landry. Landry with the long strides. Heads up the middle. Rips, shoot, save, Banfield. Ellen Tenney has, he pulls it out. Has Hune behind the cage. They'll reset. These two keepers coming up huge for the Bears and the Lancers.
So whatever everybody paid to get in, they've got to give $1 on the way back out because they all got away with a fast one. I've paid for a lot worse.
Oh, what a great lacrosse game.
Fantastic night. Folks are all on the edge of their seat.
And every time he touches it, you're waiting for something to happen now with Ellen Tenney.
Both goalies are playing great.
Ellen Tenney makes the move, and you're just waiting for him. He's been quiet all night. Hasn't scored a goal yet. You just got to wait. Every time he touches it, something is going to happen. Now, Simeo, he's been so good with the height. There's Ellen Tenney. Simeo to Flynn. Back behind the cage to Hune.
So Waterford's defense right now has slushed a little lower.
Ellen Tenney bounces it, but it'll stay Stonington. Hune to Flynn. Looking for Mahoney in the middle. Ellen Tenney rips, and a save, Kozlowski.
You're good, kid. He's offside.
In the middle, Huda.
Nice clear by Pickett. Great job keeping his stick clean and not taking any checks.
Huda. Zimmerman. Zimmerman has some space, and they're banging him. Looking for the cutter. Up top. Shot fired long at the end of our 4 minutes, and we're going to go. Is it just keep going? I'm asking. What happens next? I don't know. Another 4 minutes?
You think you can send all the people out of here without an end? This thing's got to keep going.
Another 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Well, I don't know.
Perfect.
You could go to 3 minutes. You could go to, I don't think penalty shots exist.
In hockey, they're pulling a guy off now.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
In hockey, it's 4v4.
Oh, that's one of my favorites, too, by the way. I like 3v3 where you got, guys can barely move up and down the ice. Well, folks, if you're not on the edge of your seats, wake up. Because we're in the second overtime, tied at 5. 4 more minutes. And in that overtime, both teams had chances. But really, Jake Kozlowski made 2 huge saves. And on the other side, Will Banfield made 1 particular point-blank stop. The only, I don't have any criticism. The only observation I would make about Stonington is they got away a little bit from trying to find Mahoney in the
in the middle there because you said Waterford kind of made a little bit of an adjustment. I don't know why. I'm sure they had it. I thought when they had Sameo behind
They haven't really
cage,
come back to that.
Yeah, they haven't come back to that yet. So maybe in this overtime we see that. It's been hewn mostly behind the cage. So the face-off, which of late Thomas Keelis has been money on these face-offs for Waterford. Face-off. 5-5. Second overtime. And Keelis wins it. And there comes the timeout. I'm sensing a trend. Win the face-off, call the timeout. So the ECC baseball was a 5-inning, 10-0 mercy. The ECC, the girls lacrosse game was a resounding victory for the East Lyme girls, 18-4. I don't know what the final of the Waterford softball final was. We'll get that one. But it doesn't matter if all of those were blowouts, because this one game.
Well, hey, this is the night. This
is
the featured game.
That's right.
This is the Monday night football of Thursday night lacrosse.
So congratulations to the Waterford Lancer girls softball team, Coach Andy Walker, and Maddie Burrows, the likely player of the year, going to Villanova, a victory 7-2 tonight in the girls softball. So you got 7-2, 10-0, 18-4,
and 5-5,
and 5-5 in the second overtime that ends when the next goal is scored. That doesn't have the same ring to it, though. Ends when the next goal is scored. So Waterford won the face-off. Zimmerman will have the ball on the whistle. There he goes. John Zimmerman. And here comes Landry into his familiar spot. Stonington trying to body up. Zimmerman making a little run, looking for a space. Body shoots just wide, and great effort. And will
the
it be?
referee has not called the possession. Ooh, whoa! They never made a signal.
And what's he saying now? Well, I don't understand why there was a whistle there. Waterford had possession.
He never even declared a possession.
But he gave it to Waterford.
Yeah.
They had already had the ball, so he just wanted them to restart. Okay. Waterford still has possession. Zimmerman with the ball.
Well, CJ is going to come down and make a left-handed sweep. This ball's going to the left.
Long stick on him.
Pass down, pick down.
Back up top, Zimmerman gets a move, gets a little space, and nothing there. Good job by the Bears.
CJ curling behind the cage.
There it is! The Waterford Lancers are the champions of the ECC. Senior John Zimmerman with an overtime goal in the second overtime. Lancers 6, Bears 5 in a classic.
Sad that someone had to lose. Glad that a senior makes that kind of a shot in his ECC final. So pretty cool night.
We will have, as always, the game day player of the game and an interview with Coach Paul Dion. The Waterford Lancers, a 6-5 double overtime thriller over the Stonington Bears. They are your 2022 ECC Lacrosse champions. Wow. What a ball game.
Yep, Zimmerman wound up from probably 14 yards. beat the goalie on a little low bouncer. Both teams showed a lot of poise. Were not a lot of turnovers in the game. Pretty clean game. Both face-off kids really battled. Just good lacrosse. This is fun to watch.
Outstanding, and as always, having you here makes it all the better. Ray LaFord, our go-to guy for lacrosse. I'm going to head down to the field. We're going to have interviews with head coach Paul Dion, as well as our game day player of the game. And the post-game celebration will take place now for your 2022 ECC lacrosse champions, the Waterford High School Lancers. Stay with us for the celebrations and the post-game interviews.
This time we ask both teams to line up on the opposite 40-yard line for an award ceremony. First, congratulations to the student athletes and coaches of both teams for a well-played championship game. We wish both teams success in the upcoming CIAC tournament games. At this time, for the 20th year, I'd like to welcome from Connecticut College, Fran Shields to the field to present the James J. Courtney Award for the most outstanding player for this championship game. This award is given in memory of Jim Courtney, a prominent local attorney who perished tragically in a fire at his home in 1991. He started youth lacrosse in southeastern Connecticut with the Mystic Seals. He loved the sport and wanted to grow the game in all our towns for boys and girls. Tonight's game shows that his dream has come true. The award keeps his name alive as we honor tonight's outstanding player in his name. The James J. Courtney Award as Outstanding Player for the ECC Boys Championship game from Waterford, number 35, Jacob Kozlowski. First, put your hands together for the Stonington Bears. Thank you for a thrilling and great fought game today. And now, ECC Lacrosse Chairperson and Waterford Athletic Director Chris Landry will present the tournament plaque to the Eastern Connecticut Conference Boys Lacrosse Tournament Champions. Head coach Paul Dion and the Waterford Lancers. Once again, put your hands together for both teams tonight. What a game. And thank you for all who attended tonight's contest. Have a great evening.